Tonight, step into the chilling true story of America's first hidden monster. A charming doctor who built a maze of disappearing rooms and silent hallways in the heart of Chicago, a place where guests checked in but never checked out, and where every brick concealed a secret darker than the last. This is the real tale of H.H. Holmes and the Murder Castle, a nightmare disguised as a man and a building disguised as a trap. One that stunned a nation and still whispers its unanswered questions more than a century later. Thank you for walking with me through this difficult and important chapter of history. Stories like these aren't easy to hear, but understanding them helps us protect the future and honor the voices that were lost. If this series gave you a clearer, deeper perspective, please consider liking the video and subscribing. It truly helps the channel grow and allows more people to learn, remember, and stay aware of the world around us. Now let's begin. Chapter 1. A Nation on Edge. In the final decades of the 19th century, America felt as though it was standing on a trembling threshold between two worlds. One was old, familiar, and rural, filled with small towns where people still trusted the neighbor who waved from across the dusty road. The other was new, surging with the engine of industrial ambition, its streets humming with opportunity, anonymity, and shadows that lengthened behind the bright promise of progress. Newspapers celebrated invention, railroads connected distant states in days instead of weeks, and the country pulsed with an energy that made it feel as though the future were arriving faster than anyone had the time to truly understand it. In that same momentum, however, lay an unease, one that crept beneath the polished veneer of modern America and whispered that rapid growth sometimes hid things society wasn't yet ready to confront. It was a world where thousands flocked to cities not only for jobs, but for reinvention, where past identities dissolved into crowded streets, and where someone with enough charm, intelligence, and darkness could slip through unnoticed. By the midpoint of the 1880s, Chicago had become the embodiment of this transformation more than any city in the nation. It was young by global standards, barely risen from the ashes of the Great Fire that had almost erased it in 1871. Yet in that youth it held a restless determination, rebuilding faster than anyone believed possible, its skyline rising with iron bones and ambitions taller than its spires. Migrants poured in from the East Coast, the Midwest, and Europe, carrying dreams, desperation, or simply the desire to vanish from the life they had known. This influx created a strange mixture of hope and vulnerability. Jobs were plentiful, but so were scams. Boarding houses overflowed with strangers, but their names were rarely checked, and their disappearances were even more rarely investigated. The city was expanding faster than law enforcement could keep up, creating cracks wide enough for someone cunning to slip through effortlessly. The railroads stretched farther west and telegraphs stitched the country with electric whispers. The American public began to understand something unsettling. The world was becoming too large to keep track of everyone. People vanished in cities every single day, some intentionally, some tragically, and some at the hands of individuals who knew how to manipulate chaos. When someone disappeared in Chicago during these years, it was often assumed they had simply moved on, chasing opportunity elsewhere, or heading home quietly after realizing the city's promises were harder to grasp than imagined. For many families, a missing letter became the only clue that something was wrong, and even then, the explanation almost always leaned toward benign possibilities. No one wanted to consider the darker alternatives. America was changing too quickly, and the comforting fiction that people simply drifted away was easier to accept than the possibility that predators were learning to thrive in the anonymity of modern life. It was into this uncertain landscape that a man named Herman Webster Mudgett arrived, though he would soon call himself by the name history would learn to fear. He came to Chicago polished, educated, and calm, with a practiced gentleness in his voice that seemed designed to lower a stranger's guard within moments. He had the refined manners of someone who had studied people carefully, someone who knew that confidence could mask the deepest intentions, and someone who understood that society often trusted appearances more than truth. Chicago welcomed him the way it welcomed many ambitious newcomers, with open doors and few questions. After all, the city thrived on reinvention, and here was a man who appeared determined to build something. This was a time when medicine fascinated the public, when anatomy schools, surgical theaters, and promises of scientific breakthroughs were spoken of with awe. Yet it was also an age when the gap between legitimate science and hidden exploitation could be alarmingly thin. Bodies were needed for research, hospitals struggled with ethics, and grave robbing for medical study became an open secret in many regions. Against this backdrop, a man with medical training could be seen as respectable, authoritative, and untouchable. And when that man stepped into a booming city where no one knew his past, the opportunities for manipulation expanded dramatically. As Chicago's residents were proud of their resilience, proud of rising from calamity. But beneath that pride lay a new kind of vulnerability, one born from rapid expansion and the trust people placed in the promise of progress. It created the perfect environment for someone who understood how to exploit both admiration and naivety. People believed in entrepreneurs. They believed in doctors. They believed in the new future unfolding in glass storefronts and brick buildings. And so when this charming newcomer began establishing himself within the community, few had any reason to question him. Fewer still could imagine the scale of the darkness that would eventually unfurl behind his polite smile. A.S. America edged closer to the dawn of the 1893 World's Columbian Exposition, a fair that promised to draw millions into Chicago's streets. The energy of anticipation created an even deeper layer of distraction. Jobs multiplied, newcomers surged in even greater numbers, and neighborhoods swelled with those seeking temporary lodging. Hotels, boarding houses, and apartment blocks rose almost overnight, many unregulated, many anonymous, all overflowing. Some guests checked in with suitcases full of hope, ready to explore the marvels the fair would reveal. Others arrived quietly, looking for work or reinvention. But a few would step unknowingly into places where exits existed only in name, and where the careful design of an ambitious man concealed intentions more sinister than anyone could comprehend. It was here, amid the restless excitement of a rising nation, a swelling city, and a public intoxicated by progress, that an idea began to take shape in the mind of the man who would soon call himself H.H. Holmes. An idea that would grow from ambition into obsession, and from obsession into something far darker, constructing not merely a building, but an architectural embodiment of deception, fear, and control. The story of America's so-called murder castle did not begin with bricks or blueprints. It began with a nation learning to navigate its own rapid expansion, a city learning to rebuild faster than it could regulate, and a man learning that the modern world made it easier than ever to hide behind the mask of respectability. As the 19th century continued its steady march toward the modern world, the American landscape seemed to pulse with an energy unlike anything the nation had known before. Telegraph wires carried messages faster than storms crossed the plains. Cities glowed at night under the harsh brilliance of electric lamps, and people felt as if progress itself were a living creature, pulling them forward whether they were ready or not. Yet beneath this hopeful momentum lay an undercurrent of disquiet, a collective awareness that change often came with shadows, and in those shadows walked individuals who felt strangely empowered by the era's unpredictability. Chicago, perhaps more than any place in the country, radiated this duality. During the day, it was a hive of movement and ambition, filled with the clang of construction, the rumble of streetcars, and the ceaseless chatter of thousands who believed they had arrived in the birthplace of a new American age. At night, however, when fog rolled inland from the lake and curled around the edges of gaslit avenues, the city revealed a quieter, more uncertain face. Its industrial glow made the shadows darker, not lighter, and in that half-lit world, it became easy for people to disappear without a whisper of protest from the streets that devoured them. Newspapers of the time were filled with contradictions, stories of astonishing innovations placed beside accounts of fraud, vanishing tenants, and crimes so unusual they seemed to stretch the boundaries of imagination. The country was fascinated with the human mind, especially the darker corridors of it. Reports of hypnotists, charlatans, spiritualists, and swindlers spread across the Midwest, each tale blurring the line between skepticism and belief. People wanted to trust, but they also wanted to be amazed. And in that craving for wonder, they often lowered their guard in ways that made them vulnerable to those who understood how to blend charisma with manipulation. Into this cultural atmosphere stepped a man who appeared to represent everything the age valued: refinement, intelligence, industriousness, and a calm authority that made him seem incapable of anything but respectability. He understood the era's psychology so well that it was as if the changing world had crafted itself around his strengths. The man who would call himself H.H. Holmes recognized that in a country obsessed with progress, people often failed to look backward. Few questioned the origins of those who appeared successful. Few doubted the intentions of those who dressed well and spoke confidently. And fewer still suspected that the most dangerous individuals were often those who had perfected the art of appearing harmless. Holmes arrived in Chicago at precisely the moment when the city's identity was still being shaped, still delicate enough to be molded, but strong enough to hide secrets within its rapid expansion. The neighborhoods he explored were filled with transient workers, young women seeking independence, and travelers who came with little history trailing behind them. Here, anonymity was currency. A person could vanish into the city for days, weeks, or forever without raising alarm, and the sheer movement of people created a kind of protective fog for anyone who wished to operate unseen. Holmes understood this instinctively. In fact, he relied on it. Yet Holmes was not merely exploiting circumstance. He was observing, learning, adapting. He noticed how locals spoke to him with immediate trust when they learned he had medical training. He saw how business owners welcomed him with friendly curiosity when he expressed interest in commerce. He recognized something almost magical about Chicago's pace. How the constant noise made people less observant, how the constant change made them less cautious, and how the constant search for opportunity blinded them to the intentions of those who watched from behind carefully constructed smiles. The city's women, in particular, represented a demographic both empowered and endangered by the era. Many arrived alone, seeking work at shops, pharmacies, laundries, and dressmaking establishments. They were proud to earn their own wages, proud to step into a world where independence seemed newly possible. But independence came with isolation. Most lived far from family, far from anyone who could check on them if a letter went unwritten or a boarding room door stayed locked for too many days. Holmes recognized this too. He observed the vulnerability that independence created, and behind his courteous manner, he filed away every detail. Meanwhile, Chicago prepared for the event that would define its decade, the upcoming World's Columbian Exposition of 1893. The anticipation surrounding the fair was unlike anything the city had experienced. Plans spoke of dazzling exhibits, architectural marvels, and crowds so vast they would rival the major capitals of Europe. The excitement drew thousands of new arrivals, each needing lodging, each eager to find temporary work, each contributing to the growing tide of humanity that flooded the city's streets. Houses converted rooms into rentals. Shop owners searched for staff. Entrepreneurs saw new opportunities in every alleyway, every advertisement, every passing stranger. Holmes watched this chaos with a different kind of interest. To him, the fair represented more than a celebration. It represented cover. It represented distraction on a scale America had never seen. It represented a flood of people whose paths could vanish without a trace, whose stories could be swallowed by the city's noise, and whose absences could be explained by something as simple as a sudden change of plans. For Holmes, the fair would become the perfect storm, a moment in history when thousands of individuals moved freely without being noticed, and when the disappearance of even dozens could blend seamlessly into the background. But years before the fair would open its gates, Holmes began shaping a vision that connected his ambitions, his intelligence, and the darker impulses that defined him. It was a vision that would require space, secrecy, control, and an architectural complexity that would both confuse and deceive. In Chicago, where buildings rose fast and oversight struggled to catch up, he saw the exact environment he needed. And so, even as the city celebrated growth, he quietly began constructing something vastly different, something that would one day be known only through whispered retellings, courtroom revelations, and the chilling testimonies of those who dared walk through its halls after its secrets were uncovered. In an era where America was learning how easily progress could hide danger, Holmes saw opportunity not just to blend in, but to thrive. His story would become one of the most unsettling reflections of a nation rushing toward the future without realizing that some individuals were rushing towards something far more sinister. Chapter 2. A Mind Carved in Shadows. Long before he adopted the name that would become notorious across America, the boy who would grow into H.H. Holmes was shaped by a world that appeared calm on the surface, but carried quiet undercurrents of fear, pressure, and unspoken expectations. Born as Herman Webster Mudgett in 1861 in the rural stillness of Gilmanton, New Hampshire, he entered a community where simplicity defined life, where families worked hard, spoke little of emotions, and believed strongly in both discipline and self-reliance. The small town offered safety, predictability, and order, but it was also a place where a child with a mind unlike his peers could feel trapped, misunderstood, or quietly estranged from the world into which he had been born. The Mudgett household was outwardly respectable, structured around the strict values common to New England families of the era. Hard work was not encouraged, it was expected. Education was not optional, it was mandatory. Morality was not discussed, it was enforced. Yet, even from a young age, Herman seemed to stand slightly apart from the environment that molded other children with ease. While most boys were content to explore the woods, help on the farms, or play rough games in the dirt roads, he displayed a different sort of curiosity, one that ventured toward questions most adults considered strange or unsettling. He was fascinated by the mechanics of life itself, drawn to the intricacies of the human body and the mysteries of mortality in a way that felt clinical rather than emotional. This curiosity alone was not alarming. Many future doctors first felt their interest in childhood, but in Herman, it seemed sharpened by an unusual detachment that made his peers whisper about him, even then point one of the most retold stories from his childhood, though wrapped in layers of exaggeration and uncertainty, centers on his deep fear of a local doctor's office. Neighborhood children, eager for mischief, once forced him inside, pushing him toward a human skeleton displayed as a teaching specimen. The others laughed, expecting tears or panic, but instead something curious happened. Herman's fear quieted, replaced by a strange calm as he reached toward the skeleton not with revulsion, but with fascination. Whether the tale is embellished or not, it captures something essential about his developing mind. He did not respond to the world the way others expected. Where others saw horror, he saw mystery. Where others recoiled, he grew curious. And where others hesitated, he leaned forward as he grew older. That detachment evolved into a calculating confidence. Herman excelled academically with a precision that impressed teachers and unsettled classmates. He learned quickly that knowledge itself was power, and even more importantly, that people trusted intelligence, respected ambition, and rarely questioned anyone who carried himself with assurance. This realization became one of the earliest tools he used not just to succeed, but to manipulate. Teachers praised him, neighbors admired him, yet those closest sensed an almost theatrical quality in the way he presented himself. A boy who performed personality rather than simply possessing one. His relationship with his parents was strict and distant, shaped more by expectations than warmth. Their discipline, though typical for the time, clashed with his sense of superiority, creating quiet tensions that pushed him further inward. Herman learned that emotions were not gateways to connection, but obstacles to clarity. He learned to hide frustration behind politeness, ambition behind humility, and darker impulses behind charm. By the time he reached adolescence, he had become adept at wearing the mask society expected while cultivating a private world that few could penetrate. The rural quiet of Gilmanton offered structure, but it did not offer anonymity, and Herman quickly understood that a mind like his required space impossible to find in a small town. He longed for movement, reinvention, and the freedom to step beyond the rigid expectations of those who had watched him since infancy. College provided his first true escape. When he arrived at the University of Michigan's medical school, he discovered an environment where his detached curiosity about anatomy was not only accepted but rewarded. Here, he could study the body without judgment, dissect cadavers under professional supervision, and dive into the scientific complexities that had fascinated him since childhood. Medical school in the late 1800s was very different from modern standards. Cadavers were scarce, record-keeping was inconsistent, and the boundary between legal and questionable procurement methods was often blurred. Some students paid grave robbers to acquire bodies for study. Others learned from instructors who themselves operated in moral gray areas. In this environment, Herman's fascination with anatomy blended with a newfound awareness. The medical world, like society itself, contained loopholes. Rules could be bent, systems could be exploited, and lives, particularly those on the margins, could be manipulated in ways few would ever discover. It was during these years that he reportedly began experimenting with insurance fraud, using cadavers to create the illusion of accidental deaths. Whether these stories were exaggerated by later accounts or grounded in truth, they reveal something about his evolving mentality. He took note of every vulnerability in every system he encountered. Hospitals relied on trust. Insurance companies relied on documentation. Society relied on appearance. Herman realized he could control all three. By the time he left medical school, he carried more than a degree. He carried a growing conviction that intelligence allowed him to stand above the consequences that governed ordinary people. He had not yet become the man who would build a labyrinth in Chicago, but the foundations were set, an intellect shaped by strict discipline, a childhood marked by emotional distance, and an adult self sharpened by the belief that he could outthink, outmaneuver, and outrun anyone who stood in his way. What emerged from these early experiences was not merely a man striving for success, but an individual learning how to construct an identity, one that hid the shadows behind polished manners and professional confidence. It was this talent for reinvention, born in childhood and perfected in early adulthood, that would one day allow him to step into Chicago under a new name, becoming the figure who would rewrite the boundaries of fear in the modern American imagination. When Herman Webster Mudgett left Gilmanton behind, he did more than step into a new chapter of life. He began shedding the layers of his former self with a precision that suggested he had long been preparing to become someone else. Small towns preserve memories like pressed flowers, each one held intact no matter how many years pass. Herman understood that as long as he remained in Gilmanton, he would always be the boy neighbors remembered, the student teachers compared, the young man whose history was already written for him by those who believed they knew him. Leaving was not merely a transition, it was liberation. It offered him the chance to sculpt an identity free from expectation, free from limitation, and free from scrutiny. College became the environment where he first experimented with the idea of slipping in and out of personas, shaping himself depending on who he was speaking to. To professors, he became the promising medical student with steady hands and endless curiosity. To classmates, he became the charming peer with easy confidence and a willingness to bend rules in ways that left them half admiring and half wary. To administrators, he became the model of ambition. Yet beneath all these versions of himself ran a quiet thread of calculation. Every conversation, every friendship, every favor carried a purpose. Herman learned not only anatomy, but the anatomy of trust. How quickly people lowered their guard when faced with a warm voice, a reassuring expression, or a man who seemed too competent to question. Medical school also exposed him to the realities of death in a way that few environments could. He observed cadavers with the same calm curiosity that had first emerged in childhood, untouched by the discomfort that unsettled many students. Where others hesitated, he approached. Where others felt a reverence for the once living body before them, he saw mechanisms, structures, possibilities. His professors praised him as gifted. His peers sometimes described him as unervingly composed. But that composure was more than temperament. It was a hint of the emotional detachment that would later shape the darker chapters of his life. During this period, Herman also discovered another form of power, the ability to manipulate official records. In the 1880s, documentation was imprecise, signatures were often accepted without scrutiny, and institutions relied heavily on the honesty of those they dealt with. Herman realized quickly that paperwork could be molded to his advantage. Insurance forms, enrollment records, employment applications, each opened a door for reinvention. Every forged signature or fabricated detail proved something to him. The world could be rewritten as easily as ink on paper, and people rarely questioned a narrative presented with confidence. This was the stage on which the earliest seeds of deception took root. Stories circulated, some confirmed, some embellished, about life insurance schemes involving cadavers, about debts abandoned when he left towns abruptly, about aliases used with increasing boldness. What mattered more than the truth of each tale was the pattern they revealed. Herman was testing boundaries, exploring how easily systems could be bent around him. And with every successful evasion, His belief in his own intellectual superiority grew stronger, by the time he adopted the name that would become synonymous with fear, Henry Howard Holmes. He had developed an almost artistic understanding of transformation. The new name seemed deliberate, elegant, respectable, softly alliterative, and reminiscent of gentlemen in novels and medicine. H.H. Holmes sounded like someone who belonged in society's upper tiers, someone educated, someone trustworthy. Names carry weight, and he selected one that would glide effortlessly into the good graces of those he intended to deceive. More importantly, the name functioned as a boundary. Herman Mudgett carried the memories of childhood, the limitations of his past, and the eyes of everyone who had known him. H.H. Holmes carried none of that. He was a self-made man, crafted from ambition, charm, and a dark intellectual hunger that grew stronger with each new deception. Reinvention became his shield, and the world, still learning how to navigate rapid urbanization and insufficient oversight, provided him with endless opportunities. As he traveled through different towns, teaching briefly, selling goods door to door, working in pharmacies. Holmes refined his ability to weave himself into the fabric of communities with astonishing speed. He learned exactly how people wanted to be spoken to. He learned that soft politeness disarmed suspicion more effectively than bold confidence. He learned that offering help before being asked made people eager to trust him. He learned that vulnerability could be found in the smallest conversations, and that people often revealed their fears and desires to anyone who listened with a convincing imitation of empathy. He also learned something even more valuable. People rarely checked a man's past if he presented a respectable present. America was expanding so quickly that communities frequently welcomed skilled newcomers without question, especially those with medical experience. Holmes slipped seamlessly into this cultural loophole, presenting himself as a man of learning and discipline while shielding the shadows he carried. Yet beneath the refined exterior grew something cold and calculating. Holmes began to understand that trust was a resource and a weapon. It could open doors, secure financial backing, earn private information, and make people vulnerable in ways they didn't realize until too late. The satisfaction he felt when deceiving others was not merely practical, it was psychological. It affirmed his belief that he was smarter, sharper, and more capable than those around him. Each manipulation added another layer to the persona he was constructing, and each successful deception convinced him that consequences were obstacles meant for other people, not him. By the time Holmes set his sights on Chicago, he had developed a complete system of behavior, a polished external charm, a fluid personal history, an ever-shifting set of identities, and a chilling emotional detachment beneath it all. Chicago, with its rapid growth, anonymity, and restless energy, would offer him the perfect stage. It would give him space to hide, space to build, and space to transform the dark architecture of his mind into something tangible, something that would one day be remembered as America's murder castle. Holmes did not arrive in Chicago as a beginner. He arrived as a man fully shaped by years of quiet experimentation in deception, manipulation, and reinvention. The shadows that carved his mind in youth had become the blueprint for a life designed to exploit a world unprepared for a man like him. Chapter 3: Chicago Awakens. A city ripe for disappearance. When H.H. Holmes arrived in Chicago in the late 1880s, the city was vibrating with a momentum unlike anything in America. It had risen quickly from the ashes of the Great Fire of 1871, rebuilding with such ferocity that locals sometimes joked the city grew faster than the river could carry its smoke away. Brick replaced wood, iron structures branched upward, and entire districts appeared in the span of a season. Chicago felt alive, young, restless, and hungry for labor, ideas, and people who believed they could shape a future grander than the one they left behind. With its sprawling railroads, booming industries, and promises whispered along every crowded street, it attracted more than opportunity seekers. It attracted those who understood how anonymity and ambition could blend into the perfect cover. Holmes stepped onto this landscape with the calm assurance of a man who sensed possibility in every shadowed alley and bustling storefront. To him, Chicago was not just a city, it was a veil. Behind the noise, the movement, the constant shifting of bodies and stories, he saw an intricate maze where the unnoticed could thrive. The pace of life was so rapid that people often forgot neighbors as quickly as they met them. Boarding houses overflowed, workers moved from job to job with no paper trail, and employers rarely verified histories beyond a firm handshake and a well-spoken introduction. Holmes understood instantly that this city, unlike the towns he had passed through before, would not hold him accountable to his past. It would allow him to rewrite himself as easily as a person writes their name on a new lease. South Chicago, in particular, held a kind of chaotic promise. Streets cluttered with shop signs, construction debris, and streams of pedestrians created a place where the extraordinary could vanish into the ordinary. Pharmacies, dry goods stores, and butcher shops stood shoulder to shoulder, each competing for the attention of residents who hurried past with lives too busy to consider the hidden motives of those selling them remedies or supplies. When Holmes arrived in the neighborhood known as Englewood, he saw a landscape ripe not only for business but for reinvention. His first notable move in the city came when he walked into the drugstore owned by Mrs. Elizabeth Holton. The story of Holmes at the Holton Pharmacy has been retold in many versions, some dramatic, some softened with time, but the consistent truth beneath them is that Holmes entered the business as though fate had simply opened its doors for him. He presented himself as a doctor, well-mannered, impeccably dressed, and possessing a confidence that seemed to radiate warmth. Mrs. Holton, who was managing the store while her husband struggled with illness, welcomed him with the relief one feels when help arrives right when it is most needed. Holmes quickly impressed customers. He moved with graceful efficiency, spoke gently, and seemed to know precisely how to calm the anxieties of those seeking medicine or advice. Neighbors began to recognize him as a steady, trustworthy presence, a man who belonged in a white coat, a man who appeared incapable of ill intentions. It was the same mask he had worn for years, but in Chicago, it fit him more comfortably than ever before. For a time, he simply blended into the rhythm of the drugstore and the community. People waved when he walked by. Women considered him polite and attentive. Landlords viewed him as an ideal tenant. His presence woven into the neighborhood's routine felt natural, even comforting. What no one could see was how attentively Holmes watched the city around him. He studied the flow of travelers. He noted how often people moved in and out of boarding houses. He observed how employers rarely questioned new hires and how landlords rarely verified backgrounds. There was a looseness in the fabric of Chicago's social structure, a looseness created by rapid growth, and Holmes recognized it as the very thing he needed. In a slower, more stable town, disappearances raised alarms. In Chicago, people vanished into new streets, new jobs, or new dreams every day. Their absences didn't echo. They simply dissolved. It was during these early months that Holmes also began seeing wealth not as something earned, but as something extracted. He used charm to delay debt collectors, persuasion to gain credit from suppliers, and carefully crafted lies to secure small loans. People trusted him easily, and he cultivated that trust like a farmer tending fertile soil. He made each interaction feel personal, each promise sound sincere. And because nothing about his demeanor suggested dishonesty, his web of connections expanded quickly. Chicago itself encouraged this behavior without realizing it. The city was preparing for what would become one of the most ambitious events in American history, the 1893 World's Columbian Exposition. Rumors of the fair had already begun to ripple through the streets. Business owners whispered of fortunes to be made. Investors speculated wildly. Builders secured contracts for new hotels, restaurants, and attractions. Newspapers ran enthusiastic predictions about the millions who would soon arrive. The city felt as though it were standing at the edge of a transformation so massive that every local decision seemed insignificant compared to the possibilities of tomorrow. Holmes, with his ability to read human behavior and exploit opportunity, recognized the arrival of the fair as more than economic promise. It meant an unprecedented influx of strangers, people who would come without family, without established networks, often without leaving much trace of their presence. It meant boarding houses filled beyond capacity and young women arriving in search of work during a time when employment advertisements rarely required identification. It meant that the city's population would swell so dramatically that missing persons might go unnoticed for weeks, months, or perhaps forever. But even before the fair cast its long shadow, Holmes sensed that Englewood was the foundation he needed. When the Holton Pharmacy eventually came under his control, whether through purchase, persuasion, or a combination of methods, Holmes found himself with more than a business. He found a permanent foothold, a place where he could anchor himself while planning something far larger. And across the street from the drugstore stood an empty lot, nothing remarkable at a glance. But to Holmes it was a blank canvas waiting for the most elaborate and disturbing architecture he would ever conceive. Chicago was becoming the perfect environment for his next transformation. The city was alive, expanding, distracted, and overflowing with people searching for better lives. It was a place where a man like Holmes did not stand out, at least not yet. His story here was only beginning, and the foundations of the infamous structure he would soon build were quietly settling into place, unnoticed by the thousands who passed through Englewood each day, unaware that their city was nurturing one of the darkest chapters in American crime. As the months passed and Holmes settled deeper into Englewood, the rhythm of the neighborhood began to shift around him without anyone noticing the subtle gravitational pull he exerted. He carried himself with an ease that made people instinctively trust him, yet those same people could never fully recall when that trust had first taken root. Holmes had a way of inserting himself into conversations without seeming intrusive, offering assistance without appearing overeager, and learning personal details without ever revealing much of himself in return. He became a presence so carefully woven into the daily flow of the district that few realized how swiftly he was rewriting his place within it. While most residents saw a polite, industrious doctor expanding his professional reach, Holmes saw the neighborhood as a living map, one he could study, manipulate, and eventually dominate. He learned which tenants lived alone and which had relatives nearby. He observed which shopkeepers kept careful accounts and which allowed credit too easily. He paid attention to women who traveled alone, those who sought work, and those who seemed hopeful enough to believe in promises spoken gently by a man who appeared respectful and refined. Holmes noticed everything, and each detail became a thread in a tapestry only he could see. Englewood was no longer merely a home. It was becoming an ecosystem he understood better than anyone else within it. And as he grew more comfortable, his ambitions grew larger. Holmes had long possessed a fascination with structures, how walls guided movement, how doors invited or denied passage, how spaces could conceal or reveal intentions. It was a fascination born from his analytical mind, sharpened through medical training, and now aimed towards something far more peculiar. When he looked at buildings, he didn't simply see rooms and hallways. He saw opportunities to guide human behavior, control outcomes, and create confusion where clarity once existed. Across from the drugstore, the empty lot remained a persistent idea, a quiet invitation waiting for someone with enough imagination or enough audacity to seize it. To the average passerby, it was simply a patch of land between two modest structures, unremarkable and easily overlooked. To Holmes, however, the lot glowed with potential. He envisioned a building unlike any other in the neighborhood, a place that would serve as both a business center and a personal domain, a structure that would allow him to expand his operations while hiding his intentions behind walls of brick and charm. In the late 19th century, construction oversight in Chicago was notoriously lax. The city was growing so quickly that inspectors struggled to keep up. Permits were often rushed or poorly reviewed, and contractors frequently juggled overlapping projects without strict accountability. Holmes understood this chaotic system instinctively. He recognized that a clever man could design a building in stages, hiring one set of workers to construct part of it, dismissing them abruptly, and then bringing in new workers to complete the next stage. Each group aware only of the portion they had built, never seeing the full picture. Before laying the first brick, Holmes began cultivating relationships with suppliers, architects, and workers. He befriended them, learned their schedules, studied their weaknesses, and discovered how to keep each party separated just enough that no one questioned why the building's design seemed to shift from one week to the next. He ordered materials in inconsistent quantities, fired crews abruptly, and hired replacements without explanation. The workers grumbled, but they never suspected the larger purpose behind his constant reshuffling. To them, he was simply a demanding businessman with unusual standards. To Holmes, every change of hands was another layer of secrecy. During this period, Chicago's optimism was reaching fever pitch. Newspapers printed enthusiastic updates about preparations for the upcoming Columbian Exposition. Architects boasted about visionary plans for the White City, the dazzling fairgrounds that would soon become the envy of the world. Jobs opened everywhere, drawing more hopefuls into the city. Young men and women eager for a fresh start or a temporary position during the festivities. Against this whirlwind of arrivals, departures, and shifting ambitions, Holmes's own project proceeded quietly. The neighborhood watched the construction with mild curiosity, but no suspicion. Buildings went up all the time. Nothing about this one seemed unusual from the street. Inside, however, the emerging structure reflected Holmes's mind far more than conventional architectural logic. Rooms were added in odd shapes. Hallways turned unexpectedly. Staircases led to unfinished spaces. Door frames connected to bare brick. Some rooms appeared useful. Others seemed to serve no purpose at all. Workers joked about the strange layout, but none stayed long enough to fully map it. Holmes's dismissal of crews ensured that no single person understood the building's complete anatomy, and his explanations, delivered with a reassuring smile, always sounded reasonable enough to quiet questions. Meanwhile, Holmes continued weaving himself into the social and economic life of Englewood. He charmed suppliers into extending him credit he rarely repaid. He convinced investors to support speculative ventures, often persuading them with the same calm authority that made his pharmacy customers trust his medical opinions. He offered employment to young women seeking opportunity in the city, giving them hope at a time when steady work was difficult to secure. And when some of them abruptly left, Neighbors assumed the same thing Chicago always assumed, that the city's restless tide had carried them onward. Holmes knew that Chicago's rapid growth created a strange paradox. The larger and busier the city became, the easier it was for individuals to slip between the cracks without a ripple. People came and went constantly. Some returned home. Some eloped. Some simply vanished. And unless families pressed authorities for answers, which many never did, those disappearances dissolved into the background hum of urban life. Holmes did not need to hide his intentions from the entire world. He simply needed to blend his actions into the normal chaos of a city that was already overwhelmed. By the time the outer structure of his building neared completion, Holmes had successfully shaped Englewood into a place where he moved freely, unquestioned, and unseen in the ways that mattered most. His business dealings flourished. His connections deepened. His reputation, at least on the surface, solidified as a charming entrepreneur who always seemed to be one step ahead of the market. But behind the facade, Holmes was preparing for something far larger than the neighborhood realized. The building rising across from the pharmacy was not just a commercial property. It was a manifestation of his growing desire for absolute control over space, over perception, and eventually, over human fate. Chicago had awakened, its streets electric with possibility, its skyline climbing into the future. But as the city reached toward modernity, it unknowingly nurtured a man who understood how to exploit every blind spot, every distraction, and every assumption people made in the rush of progress. And inside the walls of his new building, the next chapter of his dark legacy was quietly unfolding. Chapter 4. The castle rises, brick by brick, secret by secret. The empty lot across from Holmes's drugstore transformed slowly at first, as if the land itself hesitated before yielding to the ambitions of the man who claimed it. Each day, the foundations crept higher, brick by brick, scaffold by scaffold, until the locals began referring to it casually as Holmes's new building. There was nothing outwardly threatening about the structure. From the street, it resembled any large commercial property rising in a rapidly growing neighborhood. But to Holmes, it was far more than a business venture. It was a physical manifestation of the labyrinth he had spent years perfecting in his mind. Construction began in 1887, a time when Chicago's skyline was climbing with ambition, but regulations had not yet caught up with the speed of development. Oversight was thin, inspectors were overwhelmed, and business owners often controlled projects with only the loosest guidance from city officials. Holmes recognized how advantageous this environment was. He did not need secrecy. It would have drawn attention. All he needed was confusion, and the fragmented nature of Chicago's construction industry offered confusion in abundance. His strategy was simple. No one would understand the entirety of the building's layout because no one would build all of it. Holmes hired crews for short bursts of work, paid them inconsistently, and dismissed them abruptly whenever their involvement neared the point where familiarity with the layout might raise questions. Some workers complained about his temper, others about unpaid wages, but most simply moved on to other jobs. Chicago had thousands of laborers searching for work, and one disgruntled contractor barely created a ripple in the noisy sea of urban expansion. The foundation soon gave way to the first floor, respectable, ordinary, and entirely unremarkable. Shops were planned here, including a jewelry store and various small businesses Holmes intended to rent out. He wanted the ground-level facade to appear inviting, industrious, and part of the neighborhood's commercial pulse. The more ordinary it looked from the outside, the less anyone would question the peculiarities unfolding within. The IT was above this facade, on the second floor, where the building began to reflect Holmes's inner architecture. Rooms sprouted in odd shapes, like thoughts branching into unexpected corridors. Some had doors that opened onto brick walls. Some hallways curved back toward themselves without clear purpose. Windows faced interior walls instead of sunlight. Staircases led to dead ends or abruptly stopped after only a few steps. To the workers who constructed them, these peculiarities were simply the result of constant design changes, a frustrating but not unheard of aspect of private construction. Homes always had explanations ready. A wall needed shifting to accommodate a new tenant. A room required resizing. A hallway demanded narrowing to create space for plumbing. His tone remained calm, his smile confident, and he delivered each reason with a smoothness that made the most bewildering changes seem reasonable. Workers rarely questioned him. Even when confusion lingered, they shrugged it off. After all, strange blueprints were the architect's problem, not the carpenter's. Holmes's financial dealings during this period grew increasingly complex. He opened lines of credit from suppliers who trusted his apparent success. He ordered large quantities of building materials and then delayed payments through charm, excuses, or cleverly manipulated paperwork. Some creditors pressed him, but many simply accepted partial payments or extended deadlines. Holmes had a way of making people believe he was on the verge of settling every debt, an illusion he maintained with a confidence so steady that even skeptical businessmen sometimes walked away feeling reassured. Meanwhile, the outside world observed the construction with curiosity rather than suspicion. Families passing the site commented on the building's size. Children peered through gaps in the fencing. Shopkeepers speculated about what kind of businesses might occupy the first floor when it opened. No one imagined that the building's owner was assembling something far more intricate than a simple commercial property. Holmes oversaw every stage of construction with meticulous attention. He walked the half-built hallways with a silent, analytical gaze, adjusting plans on a whim, shifting walls, adding doors, and reimagining spaces with a fluidity that made the building feel alive, constantly reshaping itself. Workers noticed his frequent presence, but they interpreted it as the enthusiasm of a businessman eager to ensure quality. They did not realize he visited the site not to check workmanship, but to verify that his labyrinth was forming exactly as intended. One of the strangest decisions Holmes made was incorporating hidden rooms, spaces without obvious entrances, concealed behind walls or reachable only through trapdoors positioned where few would think to look. Workers assumed these were simply storage spaces or construction mistakes, or bizarre design choices best ignored. Yet to Holmes, these rooms served distinct purposes. They were pockets of control, places where he could store items, conceal activities, or orchestrate movements within the building without detection. More puzzling still were the chutes that descended vertically through the building, connecting upper floors to the basement in long, narrow shafts. Workers installed them as instructed, but privately wondered why a commercial building would require such features. Holmes brushed off inquiries with the confidence of a man who knew precisely what he was doing. He claimed the chutes were for laundry, or supplies, or ventilation. Explanations delivered with such casual authority that workers accepted them without further thought. The basement, dark and sprawling, became the heart of Holmes's design. It was a space he envisioned long before construction began, a place shielded from public view, accessible only through controlled routes, and large enough to support whatever experiments or activities he deemed necessary. Workers excavating the cellar noted its unusual layout, but said nothing. Basements in Chicago varied widely, and Holmes's instructions, though precise, did not hint at the intentions he concealed behind polite words and a clipboard. As winter approached and the building neared its first phase of completion, Holmes expanded his ambitions even further. He began speaking confidently about renting rooms to visitors for the upcoming World's Fair. He imagined travelers filling the hallways, checking into rooms with no idea that the structure itself had been designed with hidden motives. The fair would bring crowds, confusion, and opportunity, the perfect backdrop for a man whose mind thrived in the shadows between movement and disappearance. The people of Englewood. The rising structure was a testament to growth and enterprise. To Holmes, it was something entirely different. It was a fortress of control, a maze of secrets, and the beginning of a world he alone understood. And with each brick laid, each room sealed, and each hallway redirected, the building drew closer to becoming the place history would later call by a name whispered with unease: the Murder Castle. As the castle structure grew more complex, so did the web of stories surrounding Holmes. Stories he wove himself, half-truths and carefully crafted illusions designed to keep curiosity at bay. He spoke confidently of future tenants, of thriving businesses that would soon fill the building, of grand plans for the fair that would bring prosperity not just to him, but to Englewood. His voice held such calm authority that people accepted these visions with little doubt. Everyone wanted to believe in success as Chicago moved toward its most ambitious moment, and Holmes's confidence fit neatly into the era's optimism. Yet, as the building approached completion, the subtle oddities that defined it became more pronounced. Workers found themselves navigating hallways that seemed to shift from week to week, as if the building refused to settle into a single design. Carpenters installed doors only to be told to remove them days later. Plumbers laid pipes that ended abruptly, as if their purpose had been forgotten. Staircases were built, torn down, and rebuilt at different angles without any clear architectural reasoning. A man with less charisma might have drawn complaints or triggered suspicions, but Holmes's polished demeanor and carefully worded explanations neutralized doubt before it could transform into inquiry. Holmes operated like a conductor of a silent orchestra. Each crew received only a fragment of the blueprint, sometimes literally, sometimes through verbal instruction. When one crew completed its portion, he dismissed them quickly and replaced them with new workers, each group unaware of what the previous had done. This fragmentation ensured that no one, except Holmes, ever saw the building as a whole. It also protected him from complaints. Workers assumed any mistakes were caused by a previous contractor. Suppliers believed delays were the result of disorganized labor. Holmes positioned himself as the overseer caught in the middle of chaos he had orchestrated, allowing him to appear calm and in control while the project's confusion deepened. Even with constant redesigns, Holmes projected absolute confidence. If a hallway suddenly ended at a blank wall, he blamed a last-minute change in planning. If a room had multiple entrances but only one exit, he called it flexible tenant accommodation. If a staircase led nowhere, he suggested future expansion. These explanations were delivered casually, with such practiced ease that workers accepted them despite lingering confusion. Chicago's rapid growth had normalized strange construction choices. After all, many buildings were erected quickly, altered midway, or repurposed. Holmes exploited this chaos, blending irregularity with plausibility until no one could distinguish his intentions from genuine architectural improvisation. Inside the castle, the second floor took shape like a mind unfolding into physical form. Holmes designed narrow hallways that forced people to move in specific directions, rooms that locked from the outside, soundproof chambers, and doors that opened only from one side. Some rooms had no windows. Others had gas fixtures installed in places that made little sense for lighting, but perfect sense for something more sinister. Workers questioned none of it. Gas lighting was still a relatively new technology, and many assumed Holmes simply preferred unusual placements. The castle's third floor, added later, expanded the labyrinth even more. This upper level was advertised as a hotel, intended to house visitors during the Columbian Exposition. But even before the fair opened, its layout was strange enough to confuse anyone walking through it. Rooms varied wildly in size. Some had angled floors. Others had multiple layers of wallpaper, as if they had been prepared and then abandoned. Holmes hinted that some areas were not yet ready or reserved for special guests. Explanations vague enough to prevent further questions. Down in the basement, however, the true intentions of the castle became clearer, at least to Holmes. Here, the maze narrowed into darkness. The chutes from above ended in the basement like silent throats. Workers installing furnaces, tables, and storage shelves found their task straightforward enough, but they had no idea how these pieces connected to the rooms above. Holmes dismissed all curiosities about the basement with casual remarks about laundry systems, repair areas, or simple storage for the bustling enterprises he planned to host. Holmes's charm was so effective that even when workers joked nervously about the building's oddities, they spoke of them not with fear, but with amusement. Some referred to the structure as a puzzle. Others called it a funhouse for adults. One plasterer laughed that Holmes must have been indecisive. Yet none realized the truth, that the indecision was intentional, that the puzzle had a master solution known only to its creator, and that fun was the furthest thing from Holmes's mind. The castle assumed an almost magnetic presence in the neighborhood as it neared completion. People admired its height, its impressive facade, and its promise of commerce and lodging. Children who once played on the empty lot now circled the building cautiously, their imaginations stirred by its looming silence. Adults viewed it as a sign of progress, a symbol of Englewood's growth. When Holmes spoke fondly of his plans for the building, they felt reassured. Chicago was a place where visionaries thrived, and Holmes seemed to fit the mold perfectly. But beneath his polished exterior, Holmes was evolving alongside the castle. The building gave shape to ideas he had carried for years, ideas about control, secrecy, and the manipulation of environment to influence human behavior. Each completed wall, each hidden door, each carefully crafted corridor strengthened his sense of mastery. The castle was not merely a project, it was an extension of his mind, a space designed not for comfort but for dominance. Holmes began spending more time inside the structure alone, walking through the unfinished hallways with a look of quiet contemplation. Workers occasionally caught him tracing his fingers along the walls as if memorizing every inch. His footsteps echoed through the rooms, accompanied only by the faint scratch of his pencil as he sketched further modifications. It was as if he were listening to the building, waiting for it to reveal the last details necessary to complete its design. When the final touches neared, Holmes's anticipation grew sharper. The castle was ready, or nearly so. It stood tall, imposing yet ordinary to the untrained eye. Only when inside did its unsettling geometry reveal itself. The building was a labyrinth disguised as a hotel, a puzzle disguised as commerce, a trap disguised as opportunity. And with Chicago preparing for the fair that would draw millions into its streets, Holmes knew the castle's true purpose would soon be fulfilled. The neighborhood saw a man on the cusp of success. History would later see a predator constructing his perfect hunting ground. But in these final days of construction, only Holmes knew the truth. The castle had risen not merely as a building, but as a meticulously engineered stage for the darkest acts of his life, brick by brick, secret by secret. Chapter 5: Blueprints of Deception. Hallways where reality bends from the outside. Holmes's castle looked deceptively ordinary. another three-story brick building rising among the commercial shops and boarding houses populating Inglewood. Its windows reflected nothing unusual. Its lines matched the architectural language of the neighborhood, and its storefronts presented the familiar face of commerce and opportunity. But inside, the building breathed an entirely different reality. Step past the threshold, and the castle seemed to shift, subtly but unmistakably, into a place where logic bent, where instincts faltered, and where the walls themselves felt complicit in withholding truth. The castle was not dark or foreboding in the traditional sense. Holmes ensured the lighting was warm in the common areas, the hallways clean, and the rooms appointed with modest comforts. It was precisely this sense of normalcy that made the oddities within so disorienting. Nothing looked wrong. Everything felt wrong. Walking through the building was like stepping into a conversation where the tone was pleasant but the meaning never quite aligned. A visitor could not articulate the unease. They could only feel it on the second floor, where Holmes planned to lodge guests and employees. The corridors created a subtle illusion of familiarity before slipping into confusion. A person might walk down a hallway believing they were progressing toward a window, only to find themselves facing a wall. Another corridor appeared straight at first glance, but contained slight angles so gradual that one did not notice the shift until disoriented. Holmes understood human perception well enough to manipulate it through architecture. With the slightest bend or narrowing of space, he could make a person doubt their own sense of direction. The doors added another layer to this dance of deception. Some rooms had two doors, some had none visible from the hallway, and others opened into unexpected spaces. There were doors that appeared locked but were not, and doors that seemed ordinary but could only be opened from the outside. Holmes positioned them with the precision of someone composing a psychological experiment. He understood that people trusted doors as markers of separation and safety. When those markers behaved unpredictably, a person's internal compass faltered, leaving them vulnerable and uncertain. Inside certain rooms, Holmes's manipulation deepened. Some chambers were padded subtly, not enough to resemble an asylum cell, but enough to muffle sound. The walls felt strangely soft under the wallpaper, absorbing noise in a way that created unsettling silence. In others, vents had been installed, positioned not for temperature control, but for something far more calculated. Gas lighting was common at the time, and most people understood little of how it worked. Holmes exploited that ignorance, installing fixtures that could deliver light, or something else, depending on his intention. Workers assumed the odd placements were simply part of the inexperienced architecture of a private builder. They had no idea the rooms were designed with precision to limit a person's control over their own environment. One hallway, narrower than the rest, contained a row of doors with unusually heavy latches. Workers who installed them joked that the doors looked better suited for vaults than bedrooms. Holmes laughed along with them, offering explanations about tenant valuables or proprietary storage. His tone was always so measured, so calm, that the workers dismissed their own instincts. If a charming, educated businessman told them the doors were practical, they accepted it, even while their subconscious whispered something else. Of all the curious features in the castle, the peepholes were perhaps the most unsettling. Holmes positioned them at various heights, some discreetly hidden behind small decorative panels, others carved directly into the wooden doors. Workers asked no questions. After all, boarding houses sometimes required supervision of hallways or common spaces. But these peepholes were not placed in common spaces. They were positioned to watch individuals in their most vulnerable moments. Holmes had no intention of leaving anything within the castle unseen. Whenever visitors or acquaintances toured the building, Holmes guided them along routes that concealed the more confounding features. He presented the most polished rooms, the functional hallways, the clean staircases, and the storefront-ready spaces on the ground floor. His voice remained light and confident as he described rental opportunities, lodging plans, and commercial ambitions. The castle appeared perfectly respectable, modest, but full of potential. Holmes's rehearsed explanations flowed easily, crafted to avoid raising suspicion while never revealing the building's darker geometry, TO employees and tenants. The building's oddities became normal by repetition. When they took a wrong turn, they simply recalibrated. When a locked door appeared where they expected an open one, they shrugged. When footsteps echoed strangely or the temperature shifted unexpectedly in certain rooms, they blamed the quirks of new construction. Holmes relied on the human capacity for adaptation. People made sense of their surroundings even when the surroundings defied sense. Over time, the castle's strangeness blended into routine, something Holmes counted on. But beneath the everyday comings and goings, the castle held layers of intentional design known only to its creator. Holmes viewed the building as a series of stages, each capable of directing or containing behavior. He studied the effects of confined space, of unfamiliar angles, of subtle sensory deprivation. He had created not just a physical maze, but a psychological one. A person lost within it might begin to doubt their own memory, wondering if they had miscounted doors or mistaken one hall for another. They might move faster, breathe harder, or panic sooner than they would in a normal building. Holmes understood that disorientation weakened judgment, and weakened judgment strengthened his control. Still, even with its hidden architecture, the castle remained outwardly quiet. Holmes made sure of it. Noise drew attention, structural flaws required excuses, and visible oddities invited questions. So he concealed complexity beneath simplicity, hiding rooms behind walls, installing passageways that blended into the architecture so seamlessly that even careful eyes could miss them. The castle allowed him to move unseen, to observe others without their knowledge, and to intervene at the precise moment he desired. What made the castle most disturbing was not the number of rooms, nor the secret doors, nor even the gas fixtures. It was the intention. Every element served a purpose in Holmes's vision. Nothing was accidental. He was constructing a world where he held absolute dominion, where the building itself cooperated with him, and where the boundaries between safety and danger blurred into something nearly impossible to detect. Chicago continued its preparations for the Grand Fair, unaware that in Englewood stood a structure unlike anything the city had ever known, a place where reality bent not from supernatural force, but from the dark ingenuity of one man's ambition. And as the castle neared its most functional phase, Holmes's confidence grew. The blueprint was complete. The deception was nearly perfected. The stage was ready for the next chapter. Although the castle's physical structure was unnerving enough, its true strangeness came alive only when people began using it. The building behaved differently depending on who walked its halls. Daytime workers experienced it one way, tenants another, and Holmes himself in a manner no one else could imagine. It was not merely a building he owned. It was a labyrinth he commanded. Every corner, every door, every unexplained dead end played into a psychological environment he had constructed with meticulous forethought, in daylight. The corridors seemed harmless, narrow, perhaps, but clean. Yet even then, visitors often found themselves pausing without knowing why. A hallway that felt slightly too long, a turn that seemed unnecessary, a staircase that gave off a faint draft from somewhere unseen. These details were too small to lodge in conscious memory, but they created a subtle tension, a whisper in the mind that something was off even if one couldn't articulate it. People brushed off these impressions as quirks of new construction or their own unfamiliarity. But Holmes counted on that dismissal. He trusted human nature to doubt itself before doubting the architecture. Holmes moved through the castle with an ease that made the building seem natural to him alone. He appeared in places no one expected him to be, emerging from hidden doors or quietly stepping into hallways at moments when others could never recall having heard footsteps. Employees wondered how he traversed so much space so quickly, but they chalked it up to his energy or dedication to business. In truth, Holmes used secret passageways, concealed staircases, and vantage points only he knew, allowing him to navigate the castle like a puppeteer studying his stage from behind the curtain. That he installed these hidden pathways with intention, designing vantage points where he could observe tenants without their knowledge. Peepholes were placed with surgical precision, granting him silent access to private moments, conversations, movements, vulnerabilities. Holmes was not driven by simple voyeurism. He wanted information. He wanted control. To him, knowing how people behaved when they believed themselves unobserved was essential. It allowed him to study patterns, anticipate fears, and identify weaknesses. The castle's manipulation of space often revealed itself most dramatically at night. Gas lamps flickered unevenly, shadows clung to corners with unnatural persistence, and sounds traveled unpredictably through narrow channels in the walls. A footstep from one hallway might echo through another. A draft from the basement could rise through a vent with a low, haunting moan. Even the shallow creak of settling wood took on an oddly amplified tone, as though the building were breathing softly around its inhabitants. Tenants reported getting lost more often after dark. Doors they felt certain led to their rooms suddenly opened into unfamiliar corridors. The placement of light fixtures seemed inconsistent, casting angled shadows that made the hallways appear longer or shorter than they truly were. One guest later described the sensation as walking through a dream where the architecture changes a step behind your eyes. They meant it metaphorically, but the description captured the castle's uncanny design perfectly. Holmes encouraged mistakes without ever acknowledging them. If an employee became disoriented, he gently corrected them, never suggesting that the building, not the person, was at fault. His calm reassurance made them feel embarrassed for doubting their perception. He reinforced the idea that the castle was perfectly logical and that any confusion came from their unfamiliarity. This subtle psychological manipulation deepened their dependence on him, positioning Holmes as the steady presence amid their growing uncertainty. The castle's guests, especially young women newly arrived in Chicago, were particularly susceptible to its disorienting layout. Many had traveled long distances, leaving behind families, familiar landscapes, and support systems. The city, while full of hope, was also overwhelming. Its noise, its crowds, and its ceaseless movement could dislodge even the strongest sense of stability. When such women entered the castle, already fatigued, already searching for opportunity, its labyrinthine structure amplified their vulnerability. Holmes sensed this immediately. His charm, his authority, and his attentiveness appeared all the more comforting against a backdrop of architectural confusion. Holmes exploited that dynamic masterfully. He offered tours of the building, walking guests through rooms and corridors while speaking in a calm, steady voice that filled the silences created by their unease. His deliberate pacing, his gentle explanations, and his polite gestures created a false sense of security. People focused on him rather than on the disquieting geometry of the rooms. He became their guide, their anchor, their reference point in a place where the environment itself refused to cooperate at the same time. Holmes continued refining the castle. Even after its official completion, he frequently remodeled rooms, shifted walls, and added new features, always under the guise of improvement. Workers returned to find that layouts had changed since their last visit. A room once used for storage became a hallway. A hallway became a closet. A closet became something else entirely. Holmes's explanations, delivered with quiet authority, made the changes seem purposeful, but those who worked on the renovations could not shake the feeling that they were participating in a project whose purpose they could not grasp. The strangest area of all remained the basement. Workers rarely entered it unless instructed, and those who did often sensed an oppressive heaviness in the air, the kind of stillness that suggests a room has been waiting too long for something to disturb it. Dim lighting made the stone surfaces look slick, and faint drafts drifted through the space like exhalations. Workers commented quietly on the odd arrangement of furnaces, the peculiar tables, the pipes that seemed to lead nowhere. But Holmes dismissed every concern with practiced ease, offering benign explanations that soothed doubt just enough to keep people moving. For Holmes, the castle represented more than a series of architectural tricks. It was a controlled environment, an engineered ecosystem built to manipulate perception and behavior. The building allowed him to dictate where people moved, how they felt, and what they experienced. It gave him the power to disorient, isolate, observe, and eventually overwhelm. It allowed him to exercise a kind of psychological dominion that few men in history could claim. And all of this unfolded unnoticed by Chicago, a city too consumed by its own expansion to see the strange experiment rising quietly in Englewood. The castle was ready now, not just structurally, but psychologically. It waited with silent corridors, hidden passages, and rooms designed to swallow certainty whole. As the Columbian Exposition drew nearer, Holmes understood something chilling. The building was no longer merely a blueprint of deception. It was a fully realized maze capable of bending reality around anyone who entered. The castle had become a stage where Holmes could play roles unseen by the world, and the world, distracted by progress, had given him the perfect audience of unsuspecting souls. Chapter 6: Tenants of the Unknown. Lives that entered and never returned. As the castle stood completed in its outward appearance, Chicago continued to swell with newcomers, drifters, workers, and dreamers searching for a foothold in the rapidly growing city. People arrived daily by train, clutching suitcases filled with modest belongings and hearts filled with hope. The Columbian Exposition loomed on the horizon, promising opportunity to anyone willing to seize it. Jobs were abundant, lodging was scarce, and a person's name meant far less than their willingness to work. In such an environment, a clever man could build a life from nothing, while those who slipped through society's cracks might vanish without a whisper. Holmes understood this duality intimately. The castle's tenants were drawn by the same forces pulling thousands to Chicago: fresh beginnings and the faint belief that the city held space for their unknown futures. Many of them were young women, some seeking independence for the first time, others escaping past disappointments, and some simply looking for work near the fairgrounds. They had little family nearby, little wealth to their names, and little understanding of the dangers that lurked behind polite smiles in a bustling metropolis. Holmes welcomed them warmly, offering employment or affordable lodging with the disarming charm that had become his most practiced weapon. He spoke to each woman with a careful gentleness, making them feel uniquely valued. He remembered small details: birthdays, siblings' names, hometowns. He offered advice, sympathy, and, when needed, a carefully constructed illusion of stability. It was easy for these women to trust him. In a city full of strangers, Holmes appeared grounded, reliable, even sophisticated. He dressed well, carried himself with quiet authority, and spoke with the polished calm of an educated man. His building, though unsettling in ways the women couldn't articulate, looked impressive from the street. Solid brick, well-maintained, and full of promise. Each tenant brought her own story into the castle, unaware that Holmes often read far more between their words than they intended to reveal. He observed their movements, their habits, their vulnerabilities. Some struggled with money, some with loneliness, some with the uncertainty of starting anew. Holmes tailored his interactions with all the precision of a craftsman. To the shy, he offered reassurance. To the ambitious, encouragement. To the weary, comfort. What he provided depended entirely on what he wished to gain. One of the earliest young women to live under Holmes's roof was Julia Smythe, the wife of an employee in Holmes's jewelry department. Julia was outgoing, sharp-witted, and eager to build a better life in Chicago. At first, her presence in the castle brought a brightness to the space. She knew how to make conversation, how to ease tension, and how to charm customers. Holmes recognized not only her talents, but her vulnerabilities. Her marriage was unhappy, something Holmes exploited with quiet skill. He offered her sympathy, then kinship, then attention, all while maintaining an exterior of gentlemanly restraint. Over time, her loneliness made his presence seem warmer than it was, and Holmes began subtly positioning himself as a source of safety and affection. But the castle had no intention of offering safety. Other women entered Holmes's orbit in similar ways. Some came seeking clerical or shop work, positions Holmes could grant with a single signature. Others wished to rent rooms, hoping for affordable lodging in a city where prices were rising rapidly in anticipation of the fair. Each woman who entered the castle was greeted by Holmes with impeccable manners and a soft-spoken certainty that made him seem trustworthy. Few realized how thoroughly he evaluated them with each interaction, how quickly he identified which ones might be missed if they disappeared, which ones had families far away, which ones had dreams fragile enough to be easily redirected. The castle's rooms lent themselves to secrecy, and Holmes used that secrecy as a tool. Tenants lived in close quarters, but often felt strangely isolated. The hallways muted sound in unpredictable ways. Footsteps echoed faintly even when no one walked. The gas lamps flickered without reason. Some women mentioned these oddities in passing conversations, but Holmes always brushed aside their concerns with kind, practiced ease. He attributed the noises to settling beams, the drafts to Chicago's unforgiving weather, the flickering lamps to the newness of the building. And because he delivered these explanations with such certainty, the women accepted them. Even if something in their instincts whispered otherwise, Holmes's role as a landlord kept him deeply involved in their daily lives. He checked on tenants frequently, offering help even when unasked. He entered rooms under the guise of maintenance or inspection. He observed their belongings, their habits, their letters from home. Holmes made himself indispensable while learning everything about those who trusted him. When a tenant left suddenly, or simply vanished, he explained it with calm rationality. She had returned home, or found better employment, or married unexpectedly. These explanations blended seamlessly into the chaotic rhythms of Chicago life. Most people believed him. Some didn't question him at all. The castle also attracted short-term guests, travelers who needed lodging during job searches or temporary work assignments. Holmes treated them with the same cordial charm, yet these guests rarely stayed long. Some left abruptly without collecting their final pay or notifying acquaintances. Others vanished without explanation. But Chicago was too full, too busy to notice. People flowed in and out of the city like water through a sieve. If someone disappeared, the assumption was simple. They had moved on. Holmes counted on that assumption. More troubling were the young women who came seeking employment specifically connected to the fair. Newspapers were filled with advertisements for jobs: stenographers, bookkeepers, salesgirls, helpers for exposition exhibits. Women traveled from faraway towns hoping to secure work before the fair opened. Many arrived alone. Many carried every possession they owned in a single suitcase. Many believed their future would begin in Chicago. Holmes knew how to meet them at precisely their most vulnerable moment. He offered employment freely, sometimes before verifying skills, sometimes before even hearing a resume. He flattered them with promises of advancement. He praised their potential, and when they hesitated, unfamiliar with the city, overwhelmed by its pace, he offered them lodging in the castle as a temporary measure. It seemed generous. It seemed safe. It seemed like exactly the opportunity they had hoped to find. Once inside, however, the castle shifted subtly around them, tightening its psychological grip. The building's confusing design isolated them from neighbors. Holmes's presence became their main point of stability. His instructions, delivered with steady politeness, guided their routines. Their trust deepened. Their dependence grew. And Holmes, watching them quietly through the architecture he had so carefully engineered, waited. Some women left the castle and reappeared elsewhere in Chicago. Others left and never reappeared at all. But in a city overflowing with strangers, where dreams often dissolved and people frequently abandoned their plans, their disappearances triggered little alarm. And Holmes knew that as long as the world kept moving forward, the lives entering his castle would leave barely a ripple when they vanished beneath its roof. As the castle's reputation spread quietly through Englewood, more tenants and employees found their way into its shadowed halls, drawn by opportunity, low rent, or simply by Holmes's disarming presence. He promoted the building as a place of industry and stability, a budding commercial hub perfectly positioned for the era of the World's Fair. People believed him because they wanted to believe him, because Chicago, booming and optimistic, made it easy to trust anyone who seemed to share its ambition. Holmes's behavior toward his tenants maintained an appearance of generosity. He offered credit when women could not afford their rent. He provided meals when someone fell ill. He extended employment opportunities to those struggling to find steady work. Outwardly, he was a benevolent figure, a gentleman landlord whose attentiveness set him apart from others in the city. But beneath these gestures lay a calculated assessment of each tenant's circumstances. Holmes's kindness functioned like an anchor. Once accepted, it weighed heavily. Those who owed him something, money, gratitude, or emotional dependence, became more pliable, more trusting, less likely to question his decisions or his presence. Many young women confided in him, sharing their fears, their hopes, their frustrations. Holmes listened carefully, nodding with sympathetic understanding, always offering encouragement. But his interest was not rooted in compassion. He studied their words the way a physician studies symptoms, noting vulnerabilities he might later exploit. He understood that fear of failure, fear of loneliness, and fear of disappointing distant families made these women susceptible to manipulation. Chicago was daunting, and Holmes positioned himself as a guide through its uncertainties. Julia Smythe, who had become increasingly entangled in Holmes's world, found herself drifting from her former life in ways she didn't fully recognize. Her marriage to Ned Connor had unraveled quietly, far from the watchful eyes of those who might guide her away from danger. Holmes had become her confidant, her source of validation, and eventually her partner in a relationship built on imbalance. Julia, strong-willed though she was, did not understand the extent to which Holmes controlled the environment around her. The castle was designed to isolate, and isolation made it easier for Holmes to elevate himself as the only steady presence in her uncertain life. Guests and workers observed the relationship with mild curiosity, but no deep concern. Affairs in Chicago were hardly unusual, and Holmes carried himself with such composed dignity that few believed him capable of impropriety, let alone cruelty. His charm created an invisible shield around him, deflecting suspicion even when circumstances might naturally inspire doubt. Other young women entered the castle seeking work. The city's growing industries, from secretarial positions to retail to fair associated labor, required clerks, assistants, and bookkeepers. Holmes hired women readily, sometimes with barely a reference, sometimes with nothing more than a polite conversation. Each new arrival came to the castle with her own quiet story. A mother hoping to send money home, a daughter searching for independence, a young woman escaping an unhappy past. To them, Holmes represented opportunity. To Holmes, they represented something far more chilling. Individuals whose disappearances might go unnoticed. Among the most tragic were the women who came from smaller towns across the Midwest. These were women unaccustomed to the fast pace of urban life, easily overwhelmed by the noise, the crowds, and the unspoken dangers of the city. Homesickness made them wary, financial strain made them desperate, and trust became both their shield and their undoing. Holmes knew how to soothe their worries with gentle reassurances and polite smiles. He offered them lodging at reduced rates, knowing isolation within the castle would deepen his influence. He provided them work, often making them feel valued in ways they had rarely experienced. Their gratitude became his leverage. Many of these women wrote cheerful letters home, letters that would later become haunting fragments of interrupted lives. They described Holmes as kind, helpful, respectable. They mentioned the building's odd layout in passing, but only as a curiosity. They expressed excitement about the fair, about their new independence, about the opportunities blossoming in Chicago. And then, suddenly, the letters stopped. Families worried at first, but long-distance communication in the 1890s was inconsistent. Mail could take weeks, sometimes months, to travel. Many families assumed their daughters had found better jobs, moved closer to the fairgrounds, or fallen behind on correspondence due to busy schedules. Only a few pressed for answers, and when they did, Holmes provided calm, plausible explanations. She had moved away suddenly. She had married. She had left without notifying him. His demeanor disarmed suspicion. In an era without standardized identification, without centralized records, without extensive law enforcement infrastructure, his explanations were nearly impossible to disprove. Chicago's own culture contributed to these vanishing acts. The city was a transient place by nature. People came seeking new beginnings, and sometimes those beginnings required disappearing from old lives. It was not unusual for workers to leave without notice, for tenants to relocate abruptly, or for letters to cease as individuals restructured their futures. This fluidity protected Holmes in ways few criminals in history have experienced. His victims blended seamlessly into the chaos of Chicago, becoming ghostly echoes lost in a city too full to remember every name. Holmes's ability to read human behavior allowed him to guide his interactions with meticulous precision. If a tenant appeared confident and socially connected, he acted cautiously. If a woman had friends in the neighborhood, he masked his intentions behind layers of professional courtesy. But for the isolated, the lonely, the eager to please, his posture shifted. He became more present, more attentive, more involved in their routines. He learned their schedules, their fears, their emotional rhythms. And when the time came, he acted with such subtlety that no one heard a cry, no one saw a struggle, No one even realized the timeline of their presence had blurred into absence. Still, the castle never outwardly revealed its darkness. The neighborhood saw daily life continue without interruption. Tenants arrived, worked, lived their quiet routines. Others departed silently, leaving behind rooms that Holmes quickly repurposed for the next arrival. The building absorbed lives and memories with an eerie efficiency, and Holmes maintained his facade of respectability with unwavering discipline. By the time the fair drew nearer, the castle had already claimed more lives than Chicago realized. And Holmes, emboldened by the ease with which disappearances blended into the city, grew more confident. The tenants who vanished left only faint impressions, brief mentions in letters, forgotten conversations, names scribbled in the castle's ledger that no one outside Holmes's circle ever bothered to question. That Chicago's vastness had given Holmes the anonymity he needed. The castle had given him the environment, and his charm, his intelligence, and his cold detachment had given him the means. The world prepared to descend upon Chicago for the Columbian Exposition. Holmes knew that the tapestry of unknown lives entering his castle would soon expand beyond what even he had anticipated. More people meant more opportunity. More opportunity meant more shadows into which the unwary could disappear. And Holmes, already practiced in navigating the darkness, was ready. Chapter 7. The machinery of the castle, traps, tunnels, and silent rooms. By the time the castle stood fully furnished and functional, its inner workings had become something far more elaborate than the neighborhood of Englewood could ever imagine. What looked like an ordinary building was, in truth, a machine, one carefully assembled by a man who had spent years experimenting with deception, control, and the psychology of confinement. Every concealed corridor, every oddly angled wall, every vent and chute and reinforced door played a part in its intricate, chilling design. Holmes had not simply built a structure. He had engineered an environment capable of manipulating movement, perception, and fate. To understand the castle's machinery is to understand Holmes's mind. He believed that power resided not in force alone, but in control of space. Control so subtle and complete that a person might walk willingly into danger without recognizing the signals around them. The castle's atmosphere contributed to this illusion. Its wooden floors absorbed sound in uneven patches, creating silence where noise should exist and echoes where stillness belonged. Heat lingered strangely in some rooms and vanished in others, as if the building were shifting temperatures according to moods of its own. Each detail, no matter how small, was part of Holmes's blueprint. One of the most infamous features of the castle was its network of hidden passageways. Holmes had designed and concealed these routes with remarkable precision. Some were narrow tunnels tucked behind walls, accessible only through sliding panels or doors that blended seamlessly into the woodwork. Others were more deliberate, full corridors that paralleled the main hallways, allowing Holmes to move unseen beside tenants as they walked, listening to their conversations or tracking their movements. He could appear at the end of a hallway without anyone understanding how he arrived so suddenly. He could vanish just as easily. Employees occasionally glimpsed him emerging from unexpected places, but they rationalized it as a quirk of the building or a shortcut he alone understood. No one questioned how a man could move through the castle with such quiet swiftness. The truth, that he used secret routes designed specifically for observation, was unthinkable. Chutes descending through the building represented another layer of the castle's machinery. They ran vertically from upper rooms to the basement, narrow enough to prevent climbing, but wide enough to allow objects to fall freely through them. Workers had installed these shafts under Holmes's instruction, believing them to be laundry or delivery chutes. Their true purpose remained hidden by Holmes's calm explanations and meticulous timing. The chutes were positioned strategically, often beneath rooms that tenants used most frequently, and they connected directly to the basement's most unsettling spaces. The basement itself was the deepest expression of Holmes's intentions. Unlike the ornate storefronts or the innocuous boarding rooms, the cellar was designed with cold practicality. Workers noticed its peculiarities during construction: thickened walls, oddly placed support beams, and strange recesses carved into the concrete. But Holmes dismissed every question with practiced ease. Storage, he said, stability, preparation for machinery. The workers accepted his explanations. No one imagined that the cellar contained a system of rooms intended for isolation, experimentation, and concealment. Gas infrastructure throughout the castle added yet another layer to the building's sinister potential. Gas lighting was common in the era, but Holmes's installations deviated subtly from standard designs. Some fixtures were attached to pipes with valves positioned outside the rooms, allowing Holmes to regulate gas flow without entering. Workers, unaware of the implications, assumed this was a safety measure or an unusual preference. But Holmes's choices were never random. His understanding of chemistry and anatomy gave him insight into how gas behaved, how it moved through space, how it could affect a confined person without leaving visible marks. To him, the gas system was not merely for illumination. It was a tool. Then there were the soundproof rooms, padded just enough to stifle cries or movement. These chambers appeared ordinary until one pressed against the walls and felt the subtle give beneath the wallpaper. The padding was thin, not hospital quality, not theatrical, but sufficient to dampen noise. Holmes had insisted on these modifications under the guise of tenant privacy or lodging comfort. Yet privacy and comfort were the last things on his mind when he designed them. An even stranger feature of the castle was its deliberately confusing ventilation network. Pipes connected rooms that should not logically share airflow. Vents opened into hallways before redirecting into sealed spaces. Some vents led nowhere, terminating within walls rather than the open air. Holmes oversaw the installation personally, offering explanations about improving circulation or preventing dampness. But his true goal was control. Control over temperature, control over scent, control over the sense of space itself. A room could grow uncomfortably warm without apparent reason. Another could fill with a faint, sweet odor that tenants could not identify. Holmes understood how environmental discomfort weakened resolve, increased panic, and made people more malleable. The flooring also played a role. Certain boards were reinforced, allowing Holmes to move silently along paths he alone knew. Others were left intentionally loose, so footsteps from unsuspecting tenants produced sharp creaks audible throughout the building. Creaks Holmes could track from behind hidden walls. The castle was designed not only to confuse its inhabitants, but to reveal them, turning their movements into signals Holmes could read like a map. Holmes acted as the building's conductor, and the castle responded to him with eerie synchronicity. Its machinery, the concealed corridors, the silent rooms, the chutes, the vents, allowed him to orchestrate events with precision no ordinary boarding house could support. Tenants did not understand how much Holmes knew about their routines. They did not realize that every step they took was observed, every mistake anticipated, every fear quietly magnified by the architecture surrounding them. Chicago thrived above the ground, its streets filled with excitement, noise, and expectation as the Columbian Exposition drew nearer. But beneath this optimism lay a world few ever saw, a subterranean network of spaces designed to serve a single man's hidden agenda. While newspapers celebrated progress, The castle stood quietly like a mechanical creature with gears turning into shadows, waiting for Holmes to activate its full potential. The building had become more than a structure. It was a mechanism, one constructed with intelligence, patience, and chilling intent. And as more young women arrived in Chicago, searching for hope and opportunity, the castle waited silently for those who would unknowingly step into its labyrinth, unaware that they had entered a machine calibrated not for comfort, but for control. Despite its outward normalcy, the castle seemed to develop its own personality as tenants and employees moved through it, responding differently to each person who stepped inside. Some described it as drafty, others as suffocating. Some felt watched, others felt oddly alone even when surrounded by walls. Holmes, always listening, always observing, understood that the building's strange geometry could unsettle the mind long before fear had a chance to take root. The castle didn't need to frighten people directly. It needed only to disorient them, to shift their sense of stability ever so slightly. Once that balance wavered, Holmes could push events in whatever direction he desired. He continued refining details long after construction was complete. When a tenant complained about a locked door that had been opened the day before, Holmes responded with a mild smile and a plausible excuse. Warped wood, faulty hinges, a simple oversight. When an employee got lost navigating the second floor, he offered a gentle laugh, explaining that many newcomers took time to learn the layout. And when someone heard footsteps late at night, Holmes dismissed it as the sounds of settling beams or other guests moving quietly. His calmness, his rational explanations, and the trust he commanded formed a layer of psychological insulation around the castle. People questioned their own perceptions rather than questioning him. Yet behind the facade, Holmes was constantly testing his creation. He explored the castle at night, moving through the hidden corridors and silent rooms with the confidence of a man navigating the pathways of his own mind. He timed how long it took to travel from the third floor to the basement without being detected. He tested how faintly voices carried through vents. He opened and closed gas valves, observing how quickly certain rooms filled with air and how long it took for the residue to dissipate. He experimented with lighting levels, shadows, and the draft patterns created by the building's irregular structure. Holmes was not preparing for chaos. He was preparing for control. The castle's secret passageways enabled him to appear wherever he wished without warning. He could stand behind a wall, listening to tenants speak. He could watch them through peepholes cleverly hidden beneath decorative molding. He could slip silently into rooms no one knew possessed additional entrances. His presence hovered constantly around the tenants, though they rarely felt it directly. Many of them found Holmes's attentiveness reassuring. They had no idea that behind their walls, his quiet footsteps mapped their lives with unwavering precision. Perhaps the most unsettling aspect of the castle's machinery was the way it allowed Holmes to isolate individuals while maintaining the illusion of normalcy. A tenant could move through the building believing others were nearby, yet a locked door or redirected hallway could suddenly cut them off from familiar routes. One wrong turn could lead them into a corridor they did not recognize. One misplaced key could strand them in a section of the building designed to confuse. And if panic set in, the labyrinth amplified it. A person who doubted their own sense of direction became easier to manipulate. A person who felt lost became easier to trap. Holmes also used the building's ventilation system to deepen this psychological game. The vents carried faint sounds, sometimes footsteps that seemed far closer than they were, sometimes drafts that whispered through rooms like distant sighs. At times, they carried nothing at all, creating pockets of silence so heavy that tenants felt their own breathing echo against the quiet. Holmes understood how powerful sound could be in shaping fear. Silence could suffocate as easily as noise could overwhelm. The castle's vents, arranged in strange patterns and connected to unexpected spaces, ensured that neither silence nor sound ever felt predictable. Gas remained one of the castle's most chilling tools, though no tenant suspected its potential danger. Gas lamps flickered without clear cause, and some rooms seemed warm or lighted at unpredictable times. The presence of gas in the 1890s was common enough that tenants rarely questioned its quirks. Holmes, skilled in chemistry and medical knowledge, could alter the gas flow to certain rooms with precision. He could dim lights, extinguish flames, or, if he wished, control the very air someone breathed. Yet outwardly, he blamed every oddity on the newness of the building or on routine adjustments. No one connected the irregularities to intentional design. The basement, however, was the castle's most unnerving layer, even without Holmes's intent visible. Workers who had helped build it described feeling uneasy whenever they descended. The walls seemed to hold the cold more deeply than other parts of the building. Shadows pooled in corners even when lamps were lit. The layout felt wrong, too cramped in some areas, too open in others. There were recesses that served no clear purpose, alcoves too small for storage, yet too intentional to be accidental. But workers did not dwell on their discomfort. They had completed their tasks and moved on. Residents rarely visited the basement at all. Holmes made sure of that. Above ground, daily life continued with normal rhythms. Tenants worked, cooked, wrote letters, and chatted in hallways. Holmes greeted them with polite nods, remembering details that made interactions warm, familiar. Yet even in these ordinary moments, the castle was shaping experiences. It amplified Holmes's authority. It made his calm presence the only stable reference point in a building designed to destabilize. The tenants' growing trust in him was not incidental. It was a direct result of the environment he crafted, a world where the walls themselves worked in his favor. Holmes also used the castle to separate his professional and personal lives with uncanny ease. In one moment, he was a busy businessman greeting shopkeepers at the street level. In the next, he was disappearing behind a sliding panel, observing his employees without their knowledge. One moment, he was helping a tenant carry groceries. The next, he was slipping silently into a passageway that allowed him to monitor her movements later. His dual roles, charismatic proprietor and hidden observer, existed within inches of each other, divided only by the thin walls he had designed to keep his secrets intact. Visitors who entered the castle for business often remarked on how strange it felt once they were inside, even if they couldn't identify why. They described feeling watched, or lost, or strangely unsettled. Some chalked it up to fatigue or the overwhelming pace of Chicago. Others blamed the building's new construction for the odd drafts and echoes. Holmes always had an answer ready, an answer logical enough to dissolve suspicion. People trusted him because he sounded confident, and they doubted themselves because the building subtly eroded that confidence at every turn. While Chicago's excitement swelled in anticipation of the Columbian Exposition, the machinery of the castle continued to operate quietly, unseen, and unchallenged. It remained a structure that revealed nothing to outsiders, a labyrinth that only Holmes fully understood. To the public, it was simply a business, an ambitious building owned by a charming doctor-entrepreneur. To Holmes, it was a controlled ecosystem, a maze that bent reality, a place where he could direct the course of events with almost theatrical precision. The castle did not need to threaten openly. It needed only to wait, and as the fair approached, bringing with it millions of hopeful visitors, Holmes knew that the machine he had built, its traps, tunnels, and silent rooms, would soon have more opportunities than ever before to serve the darkest purposes for which it had been created. Chapter 8. Holmes the Businessman. Schemes woven in smoke and silk before the world would remember H.H. Holmes as one of America's darkest figures. Chicago knew him as something very different. A businessman who appeared endlessly resourceful, endlessly charming, and endlessly confident in the city's explosive potential. Holmes understood from the beginning that charm was currency, that confidence could mask deception, and that in a booming metropolis where opportunity moved faster than scrutiny, even the boldest schemes could flourish if wrapped in polite smiles and respectable attire to the people of Englewood. Holmes seemed like a man destined for success. He owned a pharmacy that attracted steady customers, a large commercial building that appeared to promise future revenue, and a network of contacts who viewed him as a polished gentleman with refined ambition. He spoke with the ease of a practiced professional, his voice steady and reassuring, giving the impression of a man completely in control of his affairs. Few suspected how precariously his empire balanced on debt, deception, and manipulation. Holmes's business ventures operated like threads of a larger web, each connected to the next in ways only he could fully understand. He rarely invested his own money. Instead, he relied on credit extended by suppliers or loans obtained through persuasive charm or forged documents. Even when he had no intention of repaying a debt, he convinced lenders that their trust in him was justified. He signed agreements with a confident flourish, offered repayment timelines that sounded reasonable, and then disappeared from communication when bills arrived. He had mastered the art of appearing solvent while remaining deeply entangled in unpaid obligations. Suppliers delivered furniture, fixtures, building materials, clothing, and pharmacy goods with little hesitation because Holmes projected success so convincingly. When payments lagged, he offered plausible excuses, delays caused by overworked banks, paperwork errors, unexpected expenses in construction. Sometimes he offered partial payments, small enough to placate creditors, but never enough to settle the accounts. Other times, he stalled with friendly letters that promised forthcoming funds. In an era without centralized financial tracking, many creditors simply waited, hoping the charismatic doctor would eventually pay what he owed. Holmes's business ventures extended beyond the castle and the pharmacy. He dabbled in insurance fraud, creating elaborate scenarios in which individuals, or in some cases, fabricated individuals, were insured for sizable amounts. When the insured person supposedly died, Holmes presented doctored paperwork, misleading testimonies, or unidentified bodies that matched the necessary criteria only loosely. Insurance companies in the 1890s were overwhelmed with claims, their verification systems far less rigorous than they would become in later decades. Holmes exploited these gaps with alarming ease. In some schemes, he recruited accomplices, persuading them that they could benefit mutually. He spoke with such confidence that even intelligent individuals found themselves believing his promises. He presented fraud not as a crime, but as a clever business maneuver, a harmless manipulation of wealthy companies that would never miss the money. Some men followed him willingly. Others backed away as soon as they sensed the coldness that flickered behind his polite exterior. But those who walked away rarely warned others. Holmes had a way of making former associates reluctant to discuss him, whether from embarrassment, fear, or the lingering influence of his charm. His most consistent targets, however, were women. Holmes understood that many young women searching for work were financially vulnerable. He offered them positions, bookkeeping, secretarial tasks, shop duties, and then encouraged them to entrust him with their savings, suggesting that he could help them manage their finances or invest wisely. Some complied, believing him to be a trustworthy employer. Others resisted, but even those were often persuaded when he framed the request as a form of assistance or protection. Money placed in Holmes's hands rarely returned to its owner. Holmes also engaged in the leasing of property and equipment under false identities. He signed contracts using names that belonged to no one, or names belonging to men who existed but knew nothing of the agreements. He purchased furniture for the castle under aliases, then refused payment, leaving suppliers chasing phantoms across the city. When pressured too strongly, Holmes simply vanished behind a polite letter or a closed office door, confident that few creditors had the resources or determination to pursue him vigorously. Chicago's rapid expansion helped Holmes maintain this facade. Businesses opened and closed with dizzying speed. People moved frequently. Records were fragmented, inconsistent, or lost entirely. Holmes slipped between layers of bureaucracy with ease, exploiting every gap in communication. When someone pressed him too forcefully, he simply pivoted to a new supplier, a new lender, or a new target. The city's momentum protected him, giving him an endless supply of people and institutions eager to believe in success stories. Yet the most sinister component of Holmes's business persona was not his financial schemes, impressive though they were, but the way he used commerce to disguise deeper intentions. His properties provided legitimate reasons for strangers to enter the castle. His businesses allowed him to gather personal information, observe behavioral patterns, and determine which individuals might be vulnerable. His commercial dealings gave him excuses to move freely between different parts of the city, establishing connections while concealing identities. Even his relationships were transactions. Holmes did not seek companionship, he sought leverage. He married multiple women without dissolving previous unions, using each relationship to bolster his financial or social position. He promised stability, affection, or shared dreams, only to use each woman's trust as another tool. Some served as business fronts, some as sources of funds, some as potential insurance claims, and some simply vanished, folded into the shadows of the castle without neighbors realizing they were ever missing. Holmes's personality made all of this possible. He was charming in a way that felt authentic, disarming, and safe. People described him as attentive, well-mannered, and gentle. He rarely raised his voice. He listened more than he spoke. He tailored every interaction to the person standing before him, modifying his demeanor like an actor selecting the correct costume for a scene. This adaptability became his most powerful asset. It allowed him to deceive bankers, landlords, employees, customers, and acquaintances with equal ease. Yet beneath the polished exterior, Holmes carried a predatory stillness. He observed others with the calm detachment of a scientist studying subjects. People mistook his quiet nature for humility or intellect, never realizing that he was evaluating their worth, their vulnerabilities, and their potential usefulness to him. His calculations were precise, wrapped in silk but sharpened like steel. Chicago, distracted by growth and blinded by opportunity, saw him as just another entrepreneur striving to carve his place in the city's future. But Holmes was not building a legacy. He was weaving a web, one made of debts, lies, forged documents, stolen identities, and the false security he projected like a warm glow around himself. Holmes's business dealings expanded like a web stretching quietly through the fabric of Chicago, each strand connecting him to new opportunities, new victims, and new disguises. He moved through these ventures with a confidence that felt fluid rather than forced, as if he were playing a game only he knew the rules of. What made his scheme so effective was not merely their cleverness, but the way they blended seamlessly into the era's atmosphere. Chicago was bustling, chaotic, and full of risk-takers. In that noisy environment, Holmes didn't stand out. He simply became one more ambitious entrepreneur navigating a city that thrived on boldness. Yet beneath this mask of enterprise, Holmes orchestrated financial manipulations with the precision of a conductor. He borrowed money under false identities, signing promissory notes with elegant handwriting that lent an air of legitimacy to every forged document. He purchased goods on credit from unsuspecting suppliers who admired his polite demeanor and assumed a doctor businessman must be stable. His charm softened the skepticism of even the most prudent lenders, turning their caution into reluctant trust. And when payments were due, Holmes transformed into a master of delay. He spoke of bank errors, of personal misfortunes, of delayed shipments, of misunderstanding with clerks, all delivered with soft sincerity and just enough frustration to make the lie feel human. Some creditors grew weary, but most accepted the excuses because Holmes always seemed on the brink of repayment. He never appeared evasive, only inconvenienced. And in a world without instant communication, where letters took days to arrive and weeks to resolve disputes, Holmes's strategies created a fog through which creditors struggled to see clearly. Chicago's legal system, overwhelmed by its own growth, made enforcing contracts difficult. If Holmes abandoned a debt, the lender often had no efficient way to pursue him. If he shifted identities, it could take months for anyone to realize they had been dealing with a man who no longer legally existed in the name he had used. Holmes relied on this gap, confident that the law could not follow a man who moved faster than paperwork. He also excelled at exploiting business partnerships. Holmes often entered entrepreneurial arrangements with men who believed themselves savvy but soon discovered they had been outmaneuvered. He charmed them initially, convinced them of enormous profits, and spoke with such unshakable certainty that they ignored warning signs. Once they invested money or tied their reputations to his ventures, Holmes exerted subtle pressure. He made himself indispensable to the project's operations while quietly gaining control of documents, finances, and assets. By the time partners realized they had been sidelined, or worse, deceived, Holmes had already withdrawn anything of value. Some attempted to confront him. Most did so politely, believing a misunderstanding had occurred. Holmes met them with calm composure, expressing surprise or mild hurt that they doubted his intentions. He manipulated these conversations effortlessly, twisting concerns into compliments and accusations into apologies. In the end, partners often walked away feeling they had misjudged him, and if they pressed too hard, Holmes simply severed ties and disappeared behind new enterprises, leaving them without the evidence or leverage needed to pursue him meaningfully. Holmes's schemes extended even deeper when he targeted individuals rather than institutions. His relationships with women often blurred the lines between personal and financial manipulation. He presented himself as a gentleman, offering security, affection, or assistance in navigating the city. Women trusted him with their savings, believing he had their futures in mind. He encouraged them to take out insurance policies he controlled, policies naming him as beneficiary under the guise of responsible planning. Some women agreed because they believed in him. Others signed reluctantly, but surrendered to his persistent persuasion. Holmes's voice carried a strange authority, one that convinced even the skeptical that his intentions were sincere. Once these documents were signed, Holmes held more than money. He held the power to erase them quietly from the city's memory. His manipulation reached beyond finances and into identity. Holmes assumed aliases with startling fluidity, presenting himself differently depending on context. To suppliers, he was a businessman. To tenants, a landlord. To women seeking employment, a protective figure, to potential investors, a visionary, to occasional acquaintances, a doctor with noble ambitions. Each role required only slight adjustments, changes in tone, posture, or vocabulary, but these subtle shifts were enough to create entirely distinct impressions. These identities allowed him to evade suspicion. When creditors sought Henry Howard Holmes, they sometimes found Dr. Henry Gordon. When someone questioned the legitimacy of a loan, Holmes insisted it had been issued to a different man altogether. The inconsistencies dissolved beneath the city's overwhelming busyness. No one had time to track every new face or verify every signature. Holmes understood this perfectly, and he tailored his movements to exploit these blind spots. The castle itself played a role in these schemes, acting as both a base of operations and a tool of deception. Its upper floors provided offices and lodging that could be rearranged at will. Its ground floor storefronts offered business fronts, enterprises that appeared legitimate but often existed solely to create the illusion of activity. Holmes rarely kept any single business functional for long. Instead, he cycled through ventures, abandoning them once they served their purpose or once creditors drew too near. That Holmes's pharmacy also served as one of his most potent tools. It gave him authority as a medical professional, a role that afforded him trust few questioned. Customers sought remedies from him. Employees followed his instructions without hesitation, and acquaintances viewed him as a man of education and refinement. The title of doctor acted as a shield, obscuring the inconsistencies in his stories, the rapid turnover of employees, and the increasingly strange disappearances that brushed the edges of his life. Throughout all of this, Holmes remained a study in contradictions. He was a man of extraordinary intelligence who used his mind not for innovation, but for manipulation. He was socially adept, but emotionally detached, capable of mirroring empathy he did not feel. He was outwardly calm, inwardly calculating, outwardly generous, inwardly predatory. Chicago saw the surface, the polite businessman with elegant speech, tidy handwriting, and respectable clothing. No one saw the man orchestrating a network of schemes beneath the city's distracted gaze. A man who relied on misdirection the way performers relied on stage curtains. Tools that concealed entire worlds unfolding behind them. By the time the Columbian Exposition prepared to open its gates, Holmes had perfected the duality that defined his existence. He could be whoever he needed to be: friend, employer, doctor, partner, debtor, phantom. Each interaction was a performance, each signature a small act of deception. The fair would bring millions to Chicago, and Holmes knew this influx would deepen the shadows in which he operated. More people meant more business. More business meant more trust, and more trust meant more opportunities to deceive. His schemes had grown bold, intricate, and effortless. But the world had not yet seen the true scale of what Holmes was capable of. Not until the fair opened and the castle stood ready to swallow the unwary. Chapter 9. World's Fair Vanishings. A city distracted, a killer unleashed. When the year 1893 dawned, Chicago was unlike any city America had ever seen. It pulsed with a frantic, electric energy, as if every street, every building, every soul within it vibrated beneath the anticipation of the approaching Columbian Exposition. The World's Fair was not just an event. It was a promise, a spectacle meant to redefine America on the global stage. Millions were expected to attend. Newspapers proclaimed it a celebration of innovation, beauty, and unity. But beneath that shine, beneath the white facades of the soon-to-be completed fairgrounds, another story was quietly taking form. One far darker, one almost invisible beneath the fair's brilliance. Chicago began to swell with visitors months before the fair opened. Trains poured in from every direction, bringing crowds of workers, performers, businessmen, and young women seeking new opportunities in the booming city. Hotels overflowed, boarding houses filled to capacity, and temporary lodging sprang up in almost every neighborhood. With so many strangers arriving daily, Chicago became an endless tide of unfamiliar faces. Faces that could appear one day and vanish the next without sparking alarm. Holmes had been waiting for this moment. For years, he had cultivated an environment built on secrecy, manipulation, and architectural deception. Now, the world was delivering to him the perfect cover, a city too distracted to look closely, too overwhelmed to notice the quiet disappearances unfolding in its shadows. The fair's promise of wonder masked its unintended consequence, anonymity. For someone like Holmes, anonymity was not merely useful, it was liberating. Young women arrived in the city with dreams shimmering in their eyes. They came from rural towns, from distant states, from places so small that a letter from Chicago could feel like a message from another world. They carried small suitcases, modest savings, and hearts wide enough to embrace the future. They believed the fair would bring opportunity, steady employment, maybe romance, maybe reinvention. But they also arrived alone, unprotected, and often unprepared for the predatory dangers waiting in a city built on swift movement and looser moral boundaries. Holmes watched the influx carefully. He saw possibilities where others saw crowds. He recognized vulnerability where others saw enthusiasm. To him, the fair was a living river carrying new faces directly to his doorstep. And the castle, already complete in its labyrinthine complexity, waited like a quiet net ready to catch those drifting toward it. Holmes advertised lodging, employment, and assistance with a sincerity so polished that even the most cautious newcomer felt reassured. His building stood near enough to the fair's transportation routes to appear convenient, yet far enough to avoid excessive attention. Women arrived asking about rooms. Others inquired about work in his pharmacy or shops. Holmes greeted them with the same practiced warmth, assessing each visitor with a gaze that saw more than it revealed. Many visitors to Chicago never stayed long. Workers moved in and out of jobs rapidly. Some lived temporarily in cheap hotels, then relocated when wages shifted or opportunities changed. Letters home were sporadic, often delayed by the sheer congestion of the mail system. A woman could disappear entirely, and her family, hundreds of miles away, might assume she was simply busy or had decided to extend her stay. Holmes understood this. He counted on it. The streets near the fairgrounds bustled with performers rehearsing, laborers hauling materials, and vendors preparing for the crowds. Posters decorated street poles, advertising exhibits from around the world. The White City, as the fairgrounds came to be known, was so dazzling in its conception that visitors felt awe simply imagining it. Newspapers published glowing illustrations of towering pavilions, sparkling lagoons, and architectural marvels unlike anything in America. People spoke of electric lights, exotic displays, and wonders that promised to elevate Chicago into the ranks of the world's great cities. Against this backdrop of excitement, the darker realities of Chicago slipped further from public awareness. Crime rose as pickpockets, con men, and opportunists flocked to the city. Boarding houses struggled to track their transient guests. Police were overwhelmed, their resources stretched thin across the sprawling metropolis. Missing persons reports increased, but each case blended into the wider noise of a city in motion. After all, people vanished all the time. They moved, they eloped, they sought new prospects, they ran from debts. In a city so restless, Disappearance often meant nothing more than change, except when it didn't. Holmes noted which women arrived alone, which ones seemed uncertain, which ones appeared desperate for employment. He offered assistance with a calmness that concealed the appraisal taking place behind his eyes. Some women accepted immediately, grateful for the stability he promised. Others hesitated, unsure about renting a room in a building whose hallways felt strangely confusing. Yet Holmes knew how to overcome hesitation. He offered discounts, reassurance, or simply conversation filled with disarming charm. Many women, overwhelmed by the city's noise and eager for safety, found themselves accepting his help without fully understanding why they trusted him so quickly. Once they entered the castle, its machinery took hold. The hallways seemed ordinary by daylight, but to a newcomer, they could feel unfamiliar, as though the building shifted around their steps. Holmes used this disorientation to his advantage. He directed women through the castle with the ease of someone guiding a guest through his home. Always confident, always in control, always calm. For many, he became the one stable point in a city of uncertainty. And then, one by one, they vanished. Some left behind belongings. Some left behind letters never mailed. Some simply stopped being seen. Their disappearances were quiet, swallowed by the fair's roar. Families wrote to their daughters, unaware the letters would never be opened. Employers assumed the women found better opportunities near the fair. Boarding houses recorded no disputes, no departures, only absences. And in the vast tide of humanity moving through Chicago, these disappearances dissolved into the background. Holmes understood better than anyone that a city distracted by spectacle would fail to notice the tiny fractures spreading beneath its surface. The World's Fair brought marvel and wonder, but it also brought disappearance, chaos, and anonymity. The perfect storm. And Holmes, standing calmly behind the counter of his pharmacy or wandering the castle's hidden corridors, knew with chilling certainty that the world had handed him exactly the conditions under which he could operate without fear. The fair had awakened Chicago, and in that awakening, it had given Holmes the darkest gift imaginable, a city too busy to see the shadows forming right beside it. As the fair opened its gates in May 1893, Chicago transformed overnight into a swirling storm of humanity. Tens of thousands arrived each day, pouring into the streets like a rising tide that never seemed to ebb. Flags snapped in the Lake Michigan wind, electric lights, still a marvel to many, cast a glow across the white city's pristine facades, and laughter echoed across the fairgrounds as people from every corner of the world marveled at inventions, art, architecture, and cultures they had only read about in newspapers. It was a celebration of wonder, of progress, of optimism, and it was the perfect place to disappear as Chicago's police force, already strained by the city's rapid expansion, found itself overwhelmed. The fair drew pickpockets, con artists, drifters, and opportunists who blended into the crowds with practiced ease. Reports of missing persons increased dramatically, from runaway teenagers to workers who never showed up for their shifts to women who arrived seeking employment and vanished before finding it. But these reports blurred together like raindrops on glass. The city was too busy watching the spectacle to notice the shadows thickening around its edges. Holmes watched all of this with the stillness of a man studying a chessboard. The castle's location, just a short distance from the fair's transportation routes, placed him in the perfect position to intercept the flow of hopeful newcomers. Women seeking lodging walked past the castle each morning. Workers seeking employment often stopped inside his pharmacy, asking if he knew of any hiring opportunities. And Holmes, polite, calm, always helpful, collected information the way a fisherman gathers nets. He learned their names, their hometowns, their reasons for coming to Chicago. He learned who had family expecting letters and who did not. He learned who had savings and who carried everything they owned in a single suitcase. He learned who trusted too easily, a trait he could sense within seconds of conversation. The fair created a false sense of safety. Women felt reassured by the crowds, the police presence inside the fairgrounds, and the notion that thousands of families walked the same streets. They believed the city's noise protected them. But noise does not equal safety. Noise only masks danger. It buries small sounds, like footsteps in a hallway, or a door quietly closing, or a scream softened by padded walls. Holmes understood that the fair's brilliance blinded people to the darker corners of Chicago. Visitors focused on electric lights, Ferris wheel rides, exotic dances, and new machinery. They did not notice the shadows of the castle stretching across Englewood, nor the way Holmes watched newcomers with a gaze as calculating as it was gentle. Inside the castle, the machinery he had spent years perfecting operated now with chilling fluidity. Holmes moved through hidden corridors silently as guests settled into rooms that felt slightly off, but not enough to alarm them. Some tenants heard faint noises in the walls, soft tapping or movement that seemed impossible to place. They dismissed it as the bustling of other guests. Others noticed the unsettling silence in certain hallways, the way the air felt different, heavier, as though the walls themselves were absorbing sound. They blamed the strangeness on unfamiliarity. Holmes watched them through peepholes invisible from the inside. He learned their routines, when they slept, when they wrote letters, when they bathed. Some days he watched out of pure calculation, other days out of something colder, a curiosity sharpened into an unspoken hunger. The castle amplified everything: fear, confusion, vulnerability, until the women inside became as predictable to him as pieces on a board. Disappearance followed a pattern only Holmes understood: that a woman might arrive seeking work at the fair. Holmes would charm her with his calm voice, offer a room at a fair price, perhaps suggest she leave her luggage in his care while he prepared accommodations. She would thank him, grateful for his generosity. She would enter the castle, stepping unknowingly into a labyrinth designed to erode her sense of direction, her certainty, her safety. Days later, her absence would go unnoticed. Her family miles away might assume she was simply busy. Her acquaintances in Chicago had known her too briefly to feel alarm. Employers never expecting her arrival would not inquire. And Holmes, always collected, always polite, would continue his daily life as though nothing unusual had happened. Some disappearances stirred faint suspicion among neighbors. They would whisper occasionally about a young woman no one had seen recently, a tenant who left suddenly, a visitor who promised to return but didn't. But these murmurs dissolved quickly into the city's overwhelming rhythm. Chicago was too loud to hear the silence of the missing. Holmes took advantage of the fair's chaos not only to lure victims, but also to conceal evidence. The constant movement of people, the relentless noise of construction and festivities, the smoke pouring from steam engines and factory stacks, all provided a cover that no previous era could have offered so perfectly. Workers moved in and out of neighborhoods carrying parcels, pushcarts, and heavy loads. No one questioned strange smells, late-night activity, or the regular deliveries Holmes arranged. The fair's massive scale provided camouflage for countless secrets. Meanwhile, the newspapers painted Chicago as a beacon of progress. Every morning, headlines marveled at the fair's attendance, its technological innovations, its cultural exhibits. They wrote of joy, wonder, and the dreamlike beauty of the white city reflected across the lagoon. But in small, easily overlooked sections of those same papers, tiny articles occasionally mentioned missing women. a stenographer who vanished on her way to a job interview, a shopgirl who failed to return home, a visitor whose friends reported her last sighting near Englewood. N01 connected these disappearances to the charming doctor in the well-tailored suit. Why would they? Holmes appeared as a gentleman embodying refinement, discipline, and steady intellect. He helped neighbors, greeted customers, made polite conversation with local shopkeepers. He was not someone who raised suspicion. He was the kind of man people trusted instinctively, precisely because he knew how to mirror their expectations. As the fair entered its peak months, Holmes's confidence grew. The castle had been tested. Its machinery worked flawlessly. No tenant who disappeared had left behind a thread that investigators could pull. No neighbor could say exactly when they last saw her. No creditor understood the extent of his deception. The fair's brilliance illuminated Chicago, but it cast Holmes's shadow deeper than ever. He moved through the city with the calmness of a man certain he would never face consequences. And why would he doubt it? The city was too busy celebrating to see the patterns forming in its darker corners. But patterns, even the faintest ones, leave traces. And although it would take time and tragedy and the relentless pressure of people who refused to stop asking questions, the world would eventually look back at this moment and realize the truth. The World's Fair had not merely brought awe and wonder, that it had brought victims into the orbit of a man who understood how to make them vanish so completely that even a city of millions barely noticed they were gone. Chapter 10. Pursuit in the Shadows. Detectives step into the labyrinth. In the early months following the peak of the World's Fair, Chicago slowly exhaled after its season of wonder. The lights dimmed, the crowds thinned, and the roaring tides of visitors receded back into the country that had sent them. The city returned to its ordinary rhythm, still bustling, still chaotic, but quieter than the frenzy that had defined 1893. As the noise subsided, small cracks in the fair's shimmering image began to surface. People who were expected home never arrived. Letters that families waited for never came. Promises of safe return were broken without explanation. For a while, these absences were easy to dismiss. Some assumed their loved ones had chosen to stay in Chicago for better work. Others believed delays in travel or mail were to blame. But slowly, a pattern emerged, subtle at first, then troubling, then impossible to ignore. It wasn't just one missing young woman, or two, or three. It was a quiet constellation of disappearances, each one drifting into darkness without a clear cause. Families wrote to Chicago police, but with few details, no confirmed addresses, and no established networks. Their pleas were often buried beneath the piles of post-fair reports. Yet every so often, a letter or a worried relative would land on the desk of someone who was actually listening. Detective agencies in the late 19th century were a patchwork of private firms, local police investigators, and freelance operatives hired by families with enough resources to seek answers. One such agency, the Pinkerton National Detective Agency, was already known for its tenacity, though they were not yet directly involved with Holmes. But the culture of investigation they helped inspire, the belief that human intelligence and persistence could unearth even the darkest secrets, had begun to take root in Chicago. The first significant crack in Holmes's carefully curated facade did not come from a tenant or a creditor or a suspicious neighbor. It came from a man named Benjamin Pitzel, whose fate would later become intertwined with Holmes's in ways no one could predict. But before that tragic partnership formed, smaller, quieter suspicions began to circle Holmes's financial dealings. Creditors who once accepted his polite excuses grew weary. Suppliers realized that Holmes had ordered far more than he paid for. A few businessmen, frustrated by his evasions, made discreet inquiries. They discovered something peculiar. Holmes seemed to owe money to everyone, yet no one could pin down his financial reality. His businesses existed in a haze of half-truths and charming diversions. His records were incomplete, inconsistent, or missing altogether. He was always just on the brink of paying what he owed, yet that brink never arrived. Still, suspicion alone could not topple him. Holmes had survived years of financial deceit by staying one step ahead, by shifting identities, by dissolving partnerships before they matured into scrutiny. But IT would take a specific event to shift scattered doubts into genuine investigation. That event was the disappearance of Emmeline Sigrand. Emmeline had been bright, ambitious, and independent. A young woman who sought work in Chicago and found herself drawn into Holmes's orbit. She was confident enough not to be easily manipulated, but even she was not immune to Holmes's polished charm. He promised her a position worthy of her skills, spoke to her with unusual attentiveness, and slowly wove her into his web of influence. When she vanished, Holmes offered explanations that sounded reasonable. She had decided to leave Chicago, he said. She had run off with a lover. She had moved on without telling anyone. But Emmeline had loved once. People who cared about her. People who did not accept Holmes's gentle deflections. That a few inquiries reached the ears of small investigative circles, raising the first faint suggestion that Holmes's stories did not align with what others had observed. Why had Emmeline left without collecting her belongings? Why had she not written to her family? Why had no one seen her leave the building? Holmes felt the shift immediately. He had survived long enough to recognize the subtle change in people's behavior when doubts settled in their minds. For the first time, someone was looking at him differently, not with admiration or trust, but with quiet, sharpening curiosity. The castle's walls, once silent collaborators, began to feel less secure under the weight of questions. But Holmes had a solution, one he used whenever suspicion approached too closely. He changed the narrative. He changed his identity. He changed his location. And he relied on the city's disorganization to forget him just as quickly as he moved. Yet the momentum of inquiry had begun. It did not come as a tidal wave. It came as a steady trickle. Creditors compared notes. Former employees shared stories of Holmes's erratic payments and sudden dismissals. Tenants recalled strange sounds, abrupt disappearances of other residents, and Holmes's unusual access to the building's most private spaces. Still, the true turning point. The moment when pursuit shifted from curiosity to determination came not from suspicion of murder, but from something far more mundane: insurance fraud. Holmes had always believed himself too clever to be caught. He had forged documents for years, manipulating insurance policies with theatrical ease. But with Benjamin Pitzel, the scheme became too elaborate, too tangled, too ambitious. And detectives, real detectives, not just creditors, finally began to take notice. But before their pursuit reached full intensity, small surveillance efforts began around Holmes's property. Investigators did not yet know the scope of what they were dealing with. They believed they were chasing a fraudster, perhaps a bigamist, perhaps a swindler. Nothing more than one imagined they were circling a man responsible for disappearances buried beneath the noise of the fair. Detectives questioned neighbors who spoke of Holmes's polite smile, his impeccable manners, his unwavering calm. They questioned workers who recalled the castle's strange construction, the sudden firings, the shifting blueprints. They questioned creditors who described Holmes's slippery responses and vanishing payments. And though none of these testimonies proved criminal intent, they painted a portrait of a man surrounded by peculiarities, a man whose life did not quite align with reality, that a man whose stories never fit together cleanly, that a man whose charm felt too seamless, too polished. The labyrinth around Holmes was beginning to crack, not yet enough to expose its darkest chambers. but enough to let a faint draft escape, carrying with it the first scent of the truth buried inside the castle. Holmes sensed this shift. He had always known how to anticipate danger, but for the first time, he could feel pursuit in the air, quiet, patient, and growing stronger. As Holmes moved through Chicago with the same calm confidence he had always displayed, he did not yet realize that his careful world, woven from deceit, charm, and the architecture of fear, had begun to thin at the edges. The shadows he relied on were no longer as absolute as they once were. Behind him, a trail of unanswered questions was slowly taking shape, and while none yet pointed definitively to murder, they pointed unmistakably toward a man who lived behind a veil of lies. The first ripple began with creditors, men tired of Holmes's delays, denials, and vanishing payments. One supplier, then another, began writing letters not just to Holmes, but to each other, comparing their experiences. They noticed patterns, forged signatures, mismatched stories, excuses that contradicted, promises that dissolved. What once seemed like isolated frustrations began to form a picture of intentional manipulation. But even these patterns, troubling as they were, might have led only to civil disputes. Fraud was common in booming cities. Debt disputes were routine. What changed everything was Holmes's connection to Benjamin Pitzel. Pitzel was not just another associate. He was a man who believed in Holmes's charm, who trusted his grand ideas, and who found himself woven into Holmes's schemes more deeply than he ever intended. Their business ventures, built on a blend of alcoholism and ambition on Pitzel's part and pure calculation on Holmes's, eventually spiraled into a dangerous plan, an elaborate insurance fraud that would require Pitzel to fake his own death. Holmes saw the plan as elegant and profitable. Investigators would later see it as the first undeniable thread linking Holmes to something far more sinister than financial deception. For now, however, Pitzel's involvement simply added pressure that would force Holmes into increasingly reckless decisions. While this larger conspiracy brewed, smaller investigative efforts continued forming around the edges of Holmes's life. Detectives, creditors, and suspicious acquaintances began to piece together fragments of information, not enough to accuse him of violence, but enough to place him under a faint and growing cloud of scrutiny. Holmes felt this shift before anyone voiced it aloud. He reacted the way he always did when the walls of suspicion inched closer. He reinvented himself. He used new aliases, shifted his residence frequently, and adjusted his mannerisms depending on the company he kept. But this time, the strategy did not work as effortlessly as it had before. Too many threads connected back to him. Too many unpaid debts. Too many lies. Too many missing women whose families refused to surrender to silence. H.H. Holmes maneuvered through Chicago. Detectives began quietly gathering names. Julia Smythe, Emmeline Sigrand, Minnie Williams, Nanny Williams. Women who had lived in Holmes's orbit. Women whose stories ended too abruptly. Women whose disappearances corresponded with Holmes's timeline. None of these cases had been linked before. Each disappearance had seemed like an isolated tragedy in a city filled with transient populations and fragile dreams. But now, in the calm after the fair's chaos, patterns began to emerge. Detectives did not yet suspect murder. That possibility was too horrific, too unimaginable for the era's investigators to consider without substantial evidence. But they suspected Holmes of something. Fraud, perhaps. Forgery. Bigamy. Theft. Whatever the crime, they sensed a darkness beneath his polished exterior, a subtle wrongness in the way he moved through the world without leaving verifiable details behind. They began speaking with neighbors who described Holmes's unusual habits. The late-night movements inside the castle, the workers fired abruptly, the deliveries that never matched typical business orders. They spoke with former employees who recalled being ordered to build strange rooms, odd chutes, sealed spaces with no clear purpose. They listened to stories of homes materializing suddenly in hallways, of rooms that seemed to shift between visits, of tenants who vanished without formal departure. Individually, these accounts sounded like curiosities. Together, they sounded like a warning. Still, Holmes remained one step ahead. When an investigator visited the castle unexpectedly, Holmes welcomed him warmly, offering a tour that revealed only the most normal rooms. He kept the labyrinth's secrets sealed behind walls, behind sliding panels, behind locked doors whose keys only he possessed. He spoke politely, answered questions with practiced charm, and escorted the investigator out with such professionalism that the man left feeling foolish for having suspected anything at all. Holmes had perfected the art of making others doubt themselves. But while charm could dissolve suspicion, it could not erase evidence that had not yet surfaced. The true unraveling would begin not in Chicago, but elsewhere, driven by Holmes's own greed. The insurance fraud involving Pitzel required travel, coordination, forged documents, and repeated deceptions that crossed state lines. As Holmes moved eastward, thinking he had once again outsmarted the world, he unknowingly stepped into the reach of new jurisdictions, new detectives, and new levels of scrutiny. Chicago investigators still sensed only fragments of the truth. They continued gathering testimony from those who knew Holmes. Each story added to a growing unease. A tenant who vanished after working for Holmes, that a witness who observed Holmes carrying heavy trunks late at night, that a neighbor who felt uneasy but couldn't explain why, not a family whose letters to their daughter went unanswered. None of these details formed a coherent accusation, but they formed a shadow, one that lengthened behind Holmes with every passing week. Meanwhile, Holmes, unaware of how close the threads were tightening, had begun to grow bolder. His movements became more frantic, his schemes more tangled. He changed names frequently, shifted his residence between cities, and forged documents with increasing carelessness. The man who once thrived on control now acted with the anxiety of someone fleeing a danger he couldn't quite see. And yet, the danger wasn't behind him. It was everything he had left in his wake. Investigators were no longer dealing with scattered anomalies. They were tracing the movements of a man connected to multiple identities, multiple schemes, and multiple disappearances. The fragments of truth were slowly aligning. They could not yet see the full picture, but they sensed its darkness. Holmes had created a labyrinth for others, but now he himself had begun to wander inside it, moving through its corridors with increasing desperation, unaware that detectives had begun quietly stepping into the entrance behind him. The pursuit had begun, not loudly, not dramatically, but with the slow, steady inevitability of a shadow growing darker as the sun sets. Holmes could run. Holmes could reinvent. Holmes could charm. But he could no longer hide forever. Chapter 11. The fraud that unraveled everything. The Pitzel deception, before detectives ever imagined H.H. Holmes capable of the horrors later uncovered. They saw him as something far simpler. A fraudster, clever, slippery, annoyingly elusive, but still a man of earthly motives. Fraud was understandable. Fraud was commonplace. Fraud was the kind of crime the late 19th century knew how to pursue. And so it was not murder, nor mystery, nor whispers of vanished women that finally snapped the web tightening around Holmes's life. It was insurance. Insurance, of all things, the mundane machinery of money, paperwork, and signatures, would become the thread that pulled the entire labyrinth apart. Benjamin Pitzel entered Holmes's story long before detectives arrived. drawn by the same qualities that had misled so many others. Holmes's charm, his assurance, his steady voice that seemed to radiate intelligence and success. Pitzel was a man who carried ambition in one hand and instability in the other. He wanted prosperity. He wanted security for his family. He wanted to rise beyond the limits life had given him. And in Holmes, he believed he saw a partner who could make that happen. Holmes noticed Pitzel's vulnerabilities quickly. He saw the man's struggle with alcohol, his desperation for steady income, and his yearning to prove himself worthy of his family's trust. Holmes took these threads and wove them into a partnership that appeared mutually beneficial but depended entirely on Pitzel's loyalty and Holmes's manipulation. Their relationship evolved over years, moving from small business ventures to larger, riskier schemes. Pitzel rarely understood the full extent of Holmes's operations. He knew Holmes lied, but he didn't know how deeply the lies ran. He knew Holmes owed money, but he believed that someday, somehow, Holmes would pay it back. He didn't know he had tied himself to a man who viewed people not as partners or friends, but as instruments to be used until they were no longer useful. The plan that would unravel everything began as a simple idea. Pitzel would fake his own death. Holmes explained it with theatrical calm. They would take out a large insurance policy on Pitzel, stage an accidental death, present a corpse that resembled him, collect the payout, and divide the proceeds. Pitzel's family would be cared for. Holmes and Pitzel would become wealthy. Everyone would benefit. Pitzel, struggling under debt and pressure, the plan must have sounded like a lifeline. He trusted Holmes. He believed Holmes had the intelligence to make the deception work. And, most tragically, he believed Holmes would protect his family. Holmes's mind, however, moved in a direction Pitzel could not see. He did not want a staged death. He wanted a real one. A fake death required two men. A real one required only Holmes. Holmes's plan deepened in secrecy. He chose the location, Philadelphia, far from Chicago's growing suspicion. He ensured the insurance policy was large enough to be worth the risk. He rehearsed explanations, prepared forged documents, and created alternate identities he could slip into effortlessly. He even maintained correspondence with insurers, speaking with calm confidence that masked his true intentions. Pitzel, Holmes remained a brilliant partner. Holmes, Pitzel had become the next step in an increasingly elaborate game. Holmes traveled ahead of Pitzel to prepare the site, an upstairs room in a building rented under an alias. He arranged equipment, supplies, and the perfect narrative for the staged accident. The story he would later tell was disturbingly polished. Pitzel, working with chemicals, suffered a fatal explosion. The insurance company would believe it. The body, burned enough to obscure fine details, would support the claim. All Holmes needed now was Pitzel. When Pitzel arrived, he did not realize he was stepping into the final chapter of his own story. He trusted Holmes's guidance, his instructions, even the setup of the workspace. He believed that Holmes, with all his intelligence and confidence, would ensure everything went smoothly. But Holmes had already decided how the scene would end. That Philadelphia room. Far from Chicago, far from the castle, far from everything that had defined Holmes's earlier crimes. The man whose charm had deceived so many executed a plan cold enough to reveal the depth of his detachment. What happened in those final moments would remain known only through Holmes's later confession, a confession that historians treat with caution, for Holmes often blurred truth and theatrics in equal measure. But one fact stands certain. Pitzel did not die accidentally, nor did he die participating in a shared fraud. He died because Holmes decided he no longer needed him alive. Holmes then staged the scene meticulously. He arranged the body, crafted the setting to mimic an explosion, and ensured the injuries appeared consistent with chemical burns. Every detail was planned with clinical precision. He worked not with panic or haste, but with the steady calm of a man who believed himself untouchable. When investigators arrived, Holmes played his part flawlessly. He identified the body as Pitzel. He expressed shock and grief. He guided the insurance process with confidence, using forged documents and rehearsed statements. Even Pitzel's own family believed the deception because Holmes, ever the actor, ensured they did. The insurance payout moved forward smoothly. Holmes collected the money, but with that payment came attention, unwelcome, unexpected, and slowly tightening around him. Insurance claims triggered paperwork. Paperwork triggered investigation, and investigation triggered questions Holmes had not anticipated. Yet the most dangerous development was still ahead. Holmes did not sever ties with the Pitzel family after the staged death. Instead, he pulled them into a chilling web of manipulation that would shock the world once its details emerged. He guided Pitzel's wife and children across multiple cities, keeping them separated, giving them false information, controlling their movements with a level of psychological precision that left investigators horrified once the truth surfaced. While he moved the family like pieces on a board, detectives moved quietly in the shadows, first curious, then suspicious, then determined. Holmes believed he had committed the perfect crime, but in reality, he had committed the first crime large enough to be noticed. The labyrinth he had built for others was beginning to turn inward. Detectives were following the trail, and for the first time in his life, Holmes could not see how close they were. When Holmes walked away from Philadelphia after staging Benjamin Pitzel's death, he believed he had once again orchestrated a flawless deception. The insurance company appeared convinced. The body had been identified, and the payout process had begun. For Holmes, it must have felt like the natural continuation of his long-running mastery over lies. But beneath this illusion of control, a set of forces had quietly begun to shift. Forces far larger and far more relentless than any creditor or suspicious neighbor he had navigated before. The insurance company did something Holmes had not anticipated. They took notice. Most insurance fraud claims in the 1890s were small, quiet matters handled by clerks and reviewed without much scrutiny. But the size of the policy on Pitzel and certain inconsistencies in Holmes's paperwork stirred a faint unease among officials. They requested additional verification. They questioned the nature of the accident. They looked more closely at the signatures, the statements, the identities. These were small steps, but enough to slow the payout. Holmes responded exactly as he always had, with calm explanations, friendly correspondence, and a confidence so refined that even hesitation felt unreasonable. But unlike a furniture supplier or a pharmacist's wholesaler, the insurance investigators were not swayed by charm alone. Insurance fraud required documentation, and documentation drew attention. Every forged letter, every false testimony, every contradictory date created a ripple. And this time, the ripples began intersecting. Meanwhile, Holmes managed something far more disturbing than insurance fraud. He inserted himself into the grieving Pitzel family's life with the sophistication of a stage actor switching roles mid-scene. Mrs. Carrie Pitzel, devastated by the death of her husband, trusted Holmes completely. She believed him to be her husband's closest friend. She believed he was fulfilling Benjamin's wishes. She believed he was helping her navigate an overwhelming world. Holmes told her that the insurance company required secrecy. He claimed they needed the children moved from place to place to avoid complications. He separated the older children from their mother under this pretense, insisting it was temporary, necessary, and safe. Carrie Pitzel, weighed down by grief and confusion, agreed. She had no reason not to. Holmes had always spoken with authority. with soft kindness, with the unwavering certainty of someone who knew best. The true intention behind his manipulation would not be understood until much later, when detectives uncovered a trail of cities, hotels, false names, and the heartbreaking truth of what happened to the Pitzel children. But in those early weeks, Holmes moved them like pieces across a board only he could see. He kept the children close, shifting them through Cincinnati, Indianapolis, Detroit, and beyond. He kept the mother separate, feeding her controlled pieces of information, always disguised as updates, always designed to keep her compliant. While Holmes conducted this grim choreography, investigators began to trace his movements. The Pinkerton National Detective Agency, renowned for its persistence, received requests to look into the suspicious insurance claim. They examined Holmes's history. They discovered unpaid debts. They uncovered multiple aliases. They reviewed records from Chicago, St. Louis, Denver, and Philadelphia. Everywhere Holmes went, the paper trail was fractured, inconsistent, and littered with unfinished affairs. What they couldn't yet see was far darker, but what they did see was enough. For the first time, Holmes was being pursued by professionals. The Pinkertons were methodical. They tracked ticket purchases, hotel ledgers, and signature logs across multiple states. They compared handwriting samples from different aliases. They interviewed witnesses who had interacted with Holmes recently. Each conversation generated new questions. Why was the body so conveniently burned? Why had Holmes been so involved in identifying it? Why had he moved so quickly afterward? Why were the Pitzel children suddenly traveling without their mother? The more investigators looked, the stranger the story became. Holmes noticed the pressure before receiving any formal warning. His instincts, honed by years of deception, sensed that something had shifted in the world around him. He became more cautious, then more erratic. He changed hotels rapidly. He used new names. He adjusted travel routes. The calm persona he showed the Pitzel family began to fray beneath the strain of keeping ahead of investigators who did not tire easily. He was no longer weaving a web. He was running through one. Still, Holmes believed he could outmaneuver the detectives. He had evaded scrutiny countless times before. But now, every lie he had told about debts, disappearances, identities, and the castle began converging into one undeniable conclusion. Holmes was not simply a fraudster. He was a man whose life was built entirely on illusions, and those illusions were finally being illuminated by inquiry. Detectives were perplexed, but not deterred. They still did not know the full truth. Not the bodies, not the castle's chambers, not the missing tenants. But they knew Holmes was dangerous. They knew he had exploited a grieving family. They knew he was running. And they knew they had to catch him before the trail went cold. That Holmes's travels became increasingly frantic. In Detroit, he checked into multiple hotels under different names within days. In Indianapolis, he avoided eye contact with staff and left abruptly. In Cincinnati, he shifted the children again, always claiming it was temporary. The children, trusting and hopeful, believed Holmes when he told them their mother was waiting just a few cities away. Carrie Pitzel believed him when he said her children were safe. Holmes believed he could maintain this lie indefinitely, but the Pinkertons were closing in. They followed receipts. They followed signatures. They followed letters Holmes mailed to Mrs. Pitzel, letters whose postmarks betrayed the direction of his travels. They learned the names he used: H.H. Holmes, Henry Gordon, Alex E. Cook, and more. Every alias narrowed the search. Every false trail revealed its truth beneath scrutiny. For the first time in his life, Holmes did not control the narrative, he could only respond to it. And the world he built from lies was beginning to collapse beneath his feet. The pursuit intensified. The path grew narrower, and Holmes, once so confident in the shadows, now found those shadows shrinking. The fraud he believed would make him untouchable had instead done the opposite. IT had summoned the only force capable of unraveling everything he had built, a relentless pursuit that did not fear the darkness behind him. Chapter 12, captured by his own design, the fall of H.H. Holmes. By the autumn of 1894, the walls of anonymity that had once sheltered H.H. Holmes were closing in with a steadiness he could no longer escape. For years, he had moved like a shadow through cities, leaving behind debts, broken partnerships, and disappearances that blended seamlessly into Chicago's chaos. But now, the Pinkerton detectives were tracking him with a persistence he had never faced before. Their pursuit did not rely on shock or confrontation. It relied on patience, on assembling fragments, on understanding the rhythm of Holmes's movements until the path ahead was unmistakable. Holmes, sensing this growing pressure, became more frantic in his travels. The calm, poised gentleman he presented to the world began to fracture at the edges. He no longer drifted effortlessly through cities. He darted through them like a man expecting eyes behind every window, footsteps behind every door, questions forming behind every polite smile that he changed aliases constantly. He moved from Cincinnati to Detroit, from Detroit to Indianapolis, from Indianapolis to Boston. He altered his clothing, his mannerisms, even the way he signed letters. But no matter how cleverly he disguised himself, the web around him had begun to tighten, because this time Holmes had left behind something he could not charm his way out of, could not manipulate, could not erase. He had left behind the Pitzel children. The Pinkertons were not simply tracking a fraudster. They were tracking a man who had taken 3 young children from their mother under false pretenses. That alone made the pursuit urgent. Their investigation revealed a chilling pattern. Holmes had moved the children across multiple states, often checking into hotels mere hours before detectives arrived in the same city. Witnesses described a quiet, well-dressed man traveling with 2 girls and a younger boy. The children were polite, well-behaved, and seemed unusually trusting of their guardian. But beneath the calm appearances, something darker was unfolding, something detectives would later uncover with horror. H.H. Holmes fled across America. He could not maintain the illusion of control that had once defined his life in Chicago. His lies became tangled, his stories contradicted. His forged signatures grew sloppy under pressure. He reassured Mrs. Pitzel with letters that sounded comforting on the surface, but concealed timelines that made little sense. And all the while, the Pinkertons continued following the trail with unwavering discipline. Holmes had always believed himself smarter than everyone else. Now he was learning that persistence can catch even the cleverest liar. In October 1894, the chase reached its decisive moment. Holmes, traveling under yet another alias, checked into a hotel in Boston, unaware that detectives were only a short distance behind him. The Pinkertons had finally triangulated his location using a combination of railway records, witness testimony, and the peculiar pattern of his correspondence with Carrie Pitzel. They moved quietly, strategically, prepared for confrontation but hoping for a peaceful arrest. Holmes was taken into custody not for murder. No one yet knew the full truth of his crimes. But for the insurance fraud connected to Benjamin Pitzel, he offered no dramatic protest, no heated denial. Instead, he responded with the same calm demeanor he always used to deflect suspicion. He spoke politely. He claimed misunderstandings. He insisted he had acted only to help the Pitzel family. Even as he was placed under arrest, he behaved like a gentleman caught in an unfortunate error rather than a man cornered by the consequences of his actions. But something in his eyes revealed a flicker of calculation, a recognition that although one door had closed, Others might still open if he played his cards carefully. Holmes believed he could manipulate the justice system just as he had manipulated so many people. He assumed charm would soften authority, that intelligence would outmaneuver investigation, that partial truths would conceal full ones. But what he did not yet realize was that detectives were not merely interested in fraud. They wanted the children. Where were they? Why had Holmes separated them? Why had only one of them been found alive? Holmes's answers were vague, evasive, and peppered with contradictions. He claimed the children were safe. He claimed they were traveling with a woman. He claimed they were already reunited with their mother. Investigators knew none of this was true. Holmes had been caught, but he had not stopped lying. As they questioned him, detectives grew increasingly uneasy. Holmes's stories shifted subtly depending on who asked the questions. He offered details that were believable but impossible to verify. He attempted to steer conversations toward Benjamin Pitzel, as though distracting them from the children's fate. But the Pinkertons were not easily deceived. They pressed harder. They retraced Holmes's path backward through city after city, hotel after hotel, witness after witness. And then, in a heartbreaking discovery that would haunt investigators for the rest of their lives, the truth about two of the Pitzel children surfaced. They had not survived the journey. Holmes had not protected them. He had not kept them safe. He had used them as pawns in a scheme that went far beyond fraud. The recovery of their remains shattered any remaining belief that Holmes was merely a con artist. The truth was undeniable. The man they had arrested was capable of unthinkable acts. And as investigators continued digging, they began hearing rumors from Chicago. Rumors about a strange building in Englewood. Rumors about disappearances. Rumors about a landlord whose tenants never quite stayed long enough to be remembered. Holmes's arrest in Boston was not the conclusion of his story. It was the beginning of a revelation so shocking, so immense, that the world would struggle to comprehend it. The castle, the labyrinth, the machinery, the disappearances, the threads investigators had once viewed separately were now forming a single, horrifying tapestry, and Holmes, for the first time in his life, was no longer the one weaving it. Holmes believed, even after his arrest, that he could steer his fate the way he always had, through charm, misdirection, and the calculated release of partial truths. But the world had shifted around him. He was no longer in Chicago, no longer slipping unnoticed through the castle's secret corridors, no longer surrounded by the layers of deception he had built like armor. Instead, he found himself confined, scrutinized, and, most dangerously, pursued by investigators who had already seen enough inconsistency to know that the story he presented could not be trusted. While Holmes sat in custody, detectives fanned out across the country, retracing his path and gathering testimonies that would soon form a devastating portrait. The unraveling began not with Chicago, nor with the castle, but with something far simpler and far more personal: the fate of the Pitzel children. Holmes had insisted they were alive. He had insisted they were safe. He had insisted their separation from their mother was temporary and necessary. But each city investigators visited contradicted him. Hotel clerks recalled Holmes traveling with the children under different names. Neighbors remembered the children appearing cheerful but confused, always asking when they would see their mother. In some cities, Holmes left suddenly, taking the children with him without explanation. In others, he told people they were his own orphans. The more detectives traced his steps, the more they sensed the truth. Holmes was not protecting these children. He was maneuvering them through a maze of lies, isolating them just as he had isolated so many others. When the bodies of two of the Pitzel girls were discovered, carefully concealed and heartbreakingly close to a place where help might have been found, Investigators understood that Holmes's crimes went far beyond financial deception. This was no longer the work of a swindler. This was the work of a man capable of extinguishing innocent lives to preserve his own schemes. And with that realization came a new urgency. If Holmes had committed such acts across multiple states, what had he done in Chicago? Who else had vanished beneath his shadow? And what secrets were sealed inside the castle that newspapers had once described merely as oddly built or unusually designed? Holmes, sensing the pressure rising, attempted a tactic he had used successfully countless times: controlling the narrative. In conversations with investigators, he shifted stories, crafted alternate scenarios, and feigned confusion about dates or events. He offered partial confessions only to retract them days later. He invented characters who never existed. He described situations that contradicted physical evidence. To detectives, it became clear that Holmes was not simply lying. He was using lies as a means of navigation. Each shifting story was like a lantern swinging in a dark tunnel, revealing nothing but disorienting those who followed. Holmes seemed to believe he could exhaust investigators, overwhelm them with inconsistent details, and regain control. But this time, the detectives did not tire. While Holmes tried to manipulate interviews, the Pinkertons continued piecing together the truth. They gathered telegrams, hotel ledgers, signatures, receipts, witness testimonies, train records, and the heartbreaking accounts of the Pitzel family. Every detail, no matter how small, was added to a growing mosaic, and slowly, the mosaic began to show a face. Holmes's face. The image was becoming undeniable. This was no ordinary criminal. This was no simple fraudster. This was a man who moved through society as a ghost, leaving behind trails of vanished people, stolen identities, and structures designed for secrecy. Holmes was his own worst enemy during questioning. His arrogance led him to speak more than he should. His confidence led him to contradict himself repeatedly. He underestimated the investigator's ability to compare his statements across multiple interviews. He assumed confusion would serve him, when in fact, clarity was emerging in the spaces between his lies. Then came the moment that shifted the investigation toward Chicago. A detective asked about the women who had lived in Holmes's castle. Holmes paused, just briefly, but noticeably. He offered vague descriptions, claimed many had married or moved away, insisted none had left under unusual circumstances. But detectives, now well versed in Holmes's patterns, recognized the hesitation. It was the same pause he gave when discussing the Pitzel children, the same pause when asked to explain inconsistencies in his aliases, the same pause that preceded every lie he hoped would deflect suspicion. Investigators contacted Chicago authorities. What they found waiting there was a community filled with curious fragments that suddenly made sense when placed beside the Pitzel tragedy. Neighbors remembered young women who stayed only briefly in the castle. Employees recalled odd construction orders, unusual deliveries, and Holmes's insistent instructions not to explore certain rooms. Creditors remembered furniture and equipment purchased for the castle that never appeared in public use. Police found old complaints about noises, disappearances, and locked rooms. All of it had once been seen as coincidence. Now, it was evidence. As investigators converged on Chicago, they began inspecting the castle with fresh eyes. What they discovered as they entered its hallways would eventually become the stuff of national horror. But for now, even without full exploration, the structure's oddities raised alarms. The windowless rooms, the inaccessible chambers, the sealed doors, the chutes leading into the basement, the layout that twisted in directions that defied architectural logic. Holmes had built a labyrinth not only to confuse those inside, but to hide the truth from those outside. And now that truth was beginning to surface, be why the time detectives gathered enough evidence to secure Holmes for more than fraud. The man who had once walked the world with effortless confidence found himself trapped, not by hidden walls or secret corridors, but by the consequences of his own design. His lies had lost their power. His charm had lost its influence. His story was no longer his to tell. The fall of H.H. Holmes had begun not with screams in the castle, nor with missing women, nor even with whispers of murder, but with the ordinary machinery of justice. Ink on paper, a forged signature, a fraudulent policy. Now, that machinery was carrying him toward a truth he could no longer escape. Chapter 13. The Castle Exposed. Secrets Unearthed by Light. When detectives first approached the castle after Holmes's arrest, they did so with the cautious mindset of investigators expecting to uncover fraud, hidden documents, financial ledgers, maybe evidence of small-scale wrongdoing. They did not expect a labyrinth. They did not expect confusion designed into the very architecture. They did not expect the quiet unease that clung to the building like a physical presence, an unease that had never been explained, only felt by tenants who once walked its hallways from the outside. The castle appeared a respectable commercial structure. The brick facade was unremarkable, the windows neatly aligned, the storefronts ordinary. Had the detectives not already known Holmes to be a master of deception, they might have dismissed the building as nothing more than a poorly designed boarding house. But the moment they crossed the threshold, stepping into the dim, narrow corridor just past the front doors, they sensed something unsettling, not because of anything obvious, but because nothing felt right. The hallway was too long for the building's footprint. The lighting seemed positioned to cast shadows rather than eliminate them. Doors appeared at irregular intervals, some locked, some open, some leading nowhere at all. It wasn't frightening in a theatrical sense. It was frightening because it felt wrong, as though the space had been constructed by someone who understood human behavior deeply enough to exploit disorientation. At first, detectives believed they were simply navigating an unusual design. But the further they explored, the more they realized that the castle was not a building with oddities. It was a building of deliberate anomalies, a structure engineered to mislead the human mind. On the second floor, doors opened into rooms that had no windows and no secondary exits. Some rooms were lined with padding beneath wallpaper, just enough to muffle sound. Other rooms had vents positioned in strange locations, vents that did not seem connected to any logical ventilation system. Detectives tapped the walls and listened. Some sections echoed, others thudded hollowly, and sometimes, when they pressed their ears close, they heard faint passages of air, as though empty spaces existed behind the walls, hidden corridors that had no place on the building's blueprint. Then came the first chute. It was narrow, angled, and opened into a room that seemed to have no purpose. When investigators shined lanterns inside, the chute descended into darkness, straight to the basement. What disturbed them most wasn't the chute itself, but how seamlessly it blended into the room's design. A casual observer might have mistaken it for a laundry shaft, but detectives were now aware of the Pitzel children, the disappearances, the inconsistencies in Holmes's stories. They understood that nothing in this building could be taken at face value. They descended into the basement next, lantern light trembling across the stone walls. The air was thick, heavy with a dampness that clung to skin. The deeper they went, the colder it became. Not the natural cold of underground spaces, but a stillness that suggested the area had not been touched by sunlight or fresh air in far too long. Here, the castle shed its disguises. Rooms opened into chambers with strange fixtures. Large furnaces sat in corners, their iron doors blackened by heat. Tables stood against the walls, their surfaces worn with marks that investigators could not immediately interpret. Glass containers, metal tools, and chemical bottles were scattered across shelves, as though someone had been preparing experiments or preserving materials. The detectives, with their lanterns casting long shadows across the walls, felt as though they were standing inside a secret workshop, one designed for purposes that no legitimate business could explain. The smell lingered, metallic, chemical, faintly sweet in a way that felt profoundly wrong. Detectives found remains too. Not immediately, not dramatically, but in fragments. Bones that did not belong to small animals, ashes that contained shapes no furnace should create, and stains along the floor that time had not completely erased. They could not yet determine what had happened in this underground maze, but they understood instinctively that it was something terrible. As they continued exploring, they discovered more concealed rooms, spaces accessible only through hidden doors, sliding panels, or narrow openings disguised behind shelves. The castle was not merely strange architecture. It was a machine, a controlled environment where every movement could be predicted, manipulated, or concealed. In some corridors, detectives found sections of walls that shifted subtly to reveal alternate paths. In others, they found staircases leading nowhere, or rooms that felt unnaturally silent due to sound-dampening layers beneath their wallpaper. They found gas fixtures installed with valves located outside the rooms, valves that could be turned without entering, controlling the flow of gas to someone locked inside. That discovery sent a ripple of horror through the investigative team. They no longer viewed the castle as a fraudster's hideout. They no longer believed Holmes was merely a con artist with unusual architectural tastes. They now understood they were walking through a place designed with the precision of a trap, one that did not rely on brute force, but on confusion, manipulation, and the subtle erosion of a person's ability to understand their surroundings. The word of the castle's design spread among investigators. More officials from Chicago and beyond arrived to examine the structure. Each group entered with disbelief and exited with a profound sense of unease. Reporters soon followed, their descriptions transformed into headlines that shocked the nation. Mysterious chambers in Holmes' castle, strange engines found in Englewood building, architecture of death or delusion. The public could scarcely comprehend what investigators described. The idea that a man had built a structure not for home or business or comfort, but for control and disappearance, seemed like something from a Gothic novel rather than the heart of modern Chicago. But detectives standing in its basement, lanterns flickering, knew better. They sensed the truth in the walls. They felt it in the silence. They saw it in the remnants no one had expected to find. Holmes had designed the castle to hide his secrets. Now, in the aftermath of his downfall, the castle was revealing them, piece by piece, room by room, shadow by shadow. And investigators could tell they had uncovered only the beginning. As investigators spent more days examining the castle, the structure seemed to grow more grotesque in its revelations. What began as curiosity about an eccentric building turned quickly into a deeply troubling forensic exploration of Holmes's mind. One brick, one corridor, one hidden space at a time. The more detectives uncovered, the more they realized that the castle was not simply a building, nor a crime scene, nor even a puzzle. It was a psychological portrait carved into wood and stone, each feature revealing a level of premeditation that chilled even the most experienced officers. The public followed every newspaper update with equal parts fascination and dread. Headlines grew more sensational as reporters descended upon Englewood in droves, sketching maps of the castle's bizarre layout. Interviewing neighbors, and speculating on the meaning of the hidden rooms. Chicago, once awed by the grandeur of the World's Fair, now found itself captivated by a very different kind of wonder. A dark curiosity about what could drive a man to construct such a place. Inside the castle, detectives worked with slow, methodical care. They brought carpenters to remove panels, locksmiths to open sealed doors, chemists to study residue found on surfaces, and doctors to examine bone fragments. Each expert added a small piece to the growing understanding of what the building had been designed to do. One chamber drew particular attention. A room with a heavy, reinforced door that sealed tightly when closed. The walls were lined with strange seams that investigators initially assumed were decorative lines in the wallpaper. But when they pulled the layers back, they discovered insulation packed into the walls, dense material intended to deaden sound. The room had no windows. Only a single gas fixture sat near the ceiling, and just outside the door, along the hallway wall, investigators found a small metal valve. When turned, it released or restricted the flow of gas into the room. This discovery was horrifying not only in its implications, but in its precision. Whoever designed this feature, and investigators quickly concluded that Holmes himself oversaw every detail, had done so with careful intent. The room was engineered to contain a person, to silence them, to extinguish their ability to escape or call for help. It was not an accident of architecture. It was not a leftover feature from an earlier business idea. It was a mechanism. Lawmen stood in that hallway in silence, staring at the valve. Some shook their heads slowly, unable to comprehend the coldness of such a design. Others felt an anger rising inside them, not just at what must have happened in those rooms, but at how someone could build such horrors beneath the guise of a respectable business. Another discovery added to the growing unease. A maze-like series of narrow passageways located between the walls. Some passages were barely wide enough for a person to walk through. Others curved unexpectedly, leading to dead ends or sudden openings behind rooms. Investigators realized that Holmes had designed these routes for surveillance, allowing him to watch tenants through hidden peepholes or approach rooms silently through concealed entrances. The very structure of the castle had allowed Holmes to be everywhere and nowhere at once. In one hidden corridor, detectives found a set of wooden steps that led to a trapdoor opening into a room above. From the outside, the trapdoor blended seamlessly into the flooring, but from within the passageway, its outline was unmistakable. Holmes could have used it to enter or exit without ever passing through the hallways where others might see him. The castle became more sinister with every layer peeled back. When investigators examined the basement more thoroughly, they found tools that appeared to serve medical or anatomical purposes: scalpels, saws, bone scrapers, heavy wooden blocks stained with markings that chemists later attempted to analyze. There were remnants of quicklime, known for its ability to break down organic matter. A large furnace dominated the far basement corner, its thick walls and iron door far more robust than what was typical for a simple building heater. The furnace's size alone raised questions. Its firebox was large enough to accommodate more than wood or coal, and its interior bore marks that suggested intense, sustained heat. Though investigators could not yet prove what had happened inside, the evidence hinted at uses far more disturbing than mere disposal of trash. Detectives moved slowly through the basement, touching nothing without careful consideration. The air had a stillness unlike the floors above, a heaviness that made each breath feel weighted. Many investigators later remarked that the basement felt like stepping into the core of Holmes's mind. Cold, calculated, stripped of all pretense. Even with these discoveries, the full truth remained tangled. There were no surviving victims to give testimony. There were no witnesses who had seen Holmes commit violence. The castle revealed how, but not who. It revealed mechanisms, but not moments. And so, investigators faced a chilling paradox. They stood inside a structure that whispered the presence of atrocity, yet the law required proof, not whispers. Reporters, however, had no such limitations. Des details leaked, sometimes accurately, sometimes exaggerated. Newspapers published sketches of alleged torture chambers, speculated about secret pits, and described the castle as a house of horrors. Some embellishments stretched the truth, but investigators could not deny that beneath the sensationalism lay a terrifying reality. The castle's design was so sinister that even the plain, factual descriptions sounded like fiction. Chicago's residents began traveling to Englewood just to see the structure from the outside, drawn by morbid curiosity. People gathered in small clusters on the street, whispering about what must have occurred inside, wondering how they had lived so close to such darkness without ever realizing it. The castle, once ignored by most of the neighborhood, had become infamous overnight. But perhaps the most haunting part of the investigation came from what could not be found. Many bones discovered in the basement could not be identified. Some were too small, too fragmented, or too degraded by heat or chemicals. Clothing scraps were found with no names attached. Jewelry, hairpins, and buttons appeared in odd corners of the basement, disconnected from any clear narrative. It soon became clear that the scale of Holmes's crimes would never be fully known, not because investigators were unskilled, but because Holmes had designed the building itself to erase his secrets. The castle had served its purpose not only in facilitating horror, but in concealing it. Now, as investigators mapped every corridor, every chamber, every hidden passage, they realized that they were not merely documenting a crime scene. They were documenting one man's calculated effort to construct an environment in which the truth could not survive. And yet, despite all of Holmes's efforts, truth was finally seeping through the cracks. The castle was speaking, even if it could not speak clearly. The walls were revealing their secrets, even if only in fragments. The silence that Holmes had engineered was finally being broken. And investigators understood that the most devastating revelations were still to come. Chapter 14. The Trial That Shook a Nation. Confessions, Lies, and the Mask of a Monster. By the time the full weight of the investigation settled on H.H. Holmes, the nation had already begun whispering his name with a mixture of horror and fascination. Newspapers across the country printed sketches of the castle, testimonies from investigators, and headlines that oscillated between grim facts and sensationalized speculation. The American public watched with a strange blend of dread and curiosity, sensing that they were witnessing a story unlike any other in their lifetime. A story of deception, cruelty, and a darkness that defied comprehension. Holmes, meanwhile, sat behind bars, his world reduced to stone walls and steel bars, an environment he could not manipulate, redesign, or escape. And yet, even in confinement, he carried himself with the same composure he had displayed in Chicago, Philadelphia, and every city he had drifted through. His posture remained upright, his speech carefully measured, his gaze steady and unsettling. To the guards, he did not appear afraid. If anything, he appeared intrigued, as though the unfolding legal drama were merely another complex game he believed he could outsmart. The trial began in October 1895, attracting reporters, spectators, and legal experts from across the United States. Crowds gathered outside the courthouse each morning, hoping to glimpse the man whose actions had ignited morbid curiosity across the nation. Some came seeking justice for the victims. Some came hoping for spectacle. And many came because, in the late 19th century, The idea of a killer as calculating as Holmes felt almost mythic, impossible to imagine, yet impossible to ignore. Holmes faced charges for the murder of Benjamin Pitzel. The castle crimes, the disappearances, and the suspected victims would hover over the trial like a dark cloud, but the legal system could not prosecute him for speculation or incomplete evidence. The Pitzel case, on the other hand, provided investigators with a foundation too solid to ignore: a motive, a body, forged documents, and a trail of deliberate deception that Holmes could not fully explain away. Yet Holmes approached the trial with an unnerving confidence. He dismissed his lawyers and chose to represent himself, a decision that would have seemed bizarre if he were any other defendant. But Holmes had always believed in his own intellect above all else. He trusted no one more than he trusted his ability to charm, persuade, and manipulate in the courtroom. He addressed the jury with the polished eloquence of a practiced speaker. He wore tailored suits. He arranged his notes neatly. He asked questions with calm precision. To an untrained observer, Holmes appeared almost respectable, an educated man defending his honor against false accusations. But beneath that facade, something darker flickered. His questions often drifted into irrelevance. His arguments shifted unpredictably, and at times he seemed to be speaking not to the jury but to himself, carefully constructing a narrative that mirrored the world he wished existed rather than the one unfolding before him. He insisted the death of Pitzel had been accidental. He insisted the insurance claim had been legitimate. He insisted he had cared deeply for the Pitzel family, even as evidence revealed the heartbreaking truth of what had happened to two of the children. Witness after witness took the stand, each one adding a thread to the tapestry of guilt. Hotel keepers described Holmes's movements with the children. Former employees described the strange construction orders in the castle. Investigators explained the forged signatures, the conflicting identities, the hotel ledgers tracking Holmes's disintegrating journey across America. Every testimony contradicted Holmes's carefully crafted narrative. The jury listened. Holmes talked. The nation watched. And all the while, the castle hovered in the background, its rooms silent now, but echoing in every courtroom detail. An unspoken reminder of the horrors investigators had uncovered there. Holmes's demeanor never faltered. Even as evidence mounted, even as testimonies grew more damning, he remained composed. Some observers described him as fearless. Others described him as arrogant. But those who watched closely, especially the seasoned detectives who had followed him for months, sensed something else: a profound detachment. Holmes seemed to view the trial not as a fight for his life, but as an intellectual exercise, another opportunity to shape perception, control the narrative, and maintain the illusion of superiority. Yet reality, unlike his carefully designed castle, did not bend to his will. The prosecution presented its case with methodical clarity. They detailed Holmes's relationship with Pitzel, the planned insurance fraud, the deception surrounding the body, and the calculated steps Holmes took following the death. They revealed the tragic fate of the Pitzel daughters. They connected Holmes's lies piece by piece until a picture emerged that even the most sympathetic observer could not dismiss. Holmes had crossed a line no charm could hide. One of the most impactful moments in the trial came when the prosecution introduced evidence of Holmes's behavior in the days following Pitzel's death. Not behavior of a grieving friend, not behavior of a man protecting a family, but behavior of a man orchestrating multiple layers of deceit while hiding behind the guise of helpfulness. Letters Holmes had written revealed contradictions. Train records disproved his claims. Witnesses recalled inconsistencies in his punctuality, his stories, his explanations. The courtroom fell silent as the evidence accumulated. Even the most devoted spectators, eager for spectacle, found themselves confronting something colder and more disturbing than they had anticipated. Holmes was not a theatrical villain. He did not revel openly in cruelty. He did not fit the melodramatic archetype newspapers had sensationalized. He was calm, composed, articulate, and profoundly dangerous. What made Holmes truly frightening was not his violence, but his ability to hide it behind gentility that as the trial progressed, the public's perception shifted. The man once described as charming, polite, and intelligent was now seen for what he was. Someone capable of wearing masks so convincingly that those closest to him never realized they were speaking to the reflection of a fabricated personality rather than a real human being. That Holmes's attempts to defend himself became increasingly disjointed as the truth grew undeniable. His questions to witnesses grew circular. His explanations became tangled. His brief flashes of irritation revealed cracks in the persona he tried so desperately to maintain. And behind him, figuratively if not physically, the castle stood, with its sealed rooms, silent corridors, and grim machinery, like a specter reminding everyone of the darkness hidden inside the man on trial. Holmes believed he could charm the court, that he believed he could outthink the prosecution, that he believed he could shape truth through sheer force of narrative. But truth, once illuminated, cannot be dragged back into darkness. As the courtroom drama entered its final stages, the atmosphere grew heavier, as though every person inside could sense that they were witnessing more than a routine murder trial. They were watching the unraveling of a man whose crimes had slipped so far beyond ordinary wrongdoing that the law itself struggled to categorize them. Holmes, who had spent his life manipulating perception, now sat under lights that revealed every crack in his carefully crafted persona. The courtroom was not designed for theatrics, yet the trial unfolded with the rhythm of a dark theater production. Each witness another spotlight illuminating pieces of a truth too disturbing to ignore. That Holmes's confidence, so striking at the beginning, began to shift subtly as the prosecution's case deepened. It was not that he showed fear. Holmes rarely displayed recognizable human emotion, but a faint rigidity crept into his posture. His once effortless charisma became more deliberate, the result of calculation rather than instinct. His interruptions grew more frequent, his objections more strained, as though he sensed the narrative slipping from his grasp. Still, he continued trying to reshape the story. Still, he believed he could outthink everyone. But the evidence piling against him had a momentum of its own. The prosecution presented letters Holmes had written to Mrs. Pitzel, letters in which he described the children's whereabouts with calm dishonesty, letters that contradicted hotel ledgers, witness statements, and timelines. They read aloud his instructions to her, each one laced with manipulation disguised as concern. They showed how Holmes had kept the family fragmented on purpose, controlling their movements with the quiet precision of a puppeteer. Jurors leaned forward, listening with growing discomfort. Holmes did not flinch. He simply watched, occasionally blinking, occasionally tilting his head with the mechanical curiosity of someone studying the reactions of others rather than absorbing the content of the testimony itself. His cross-examinations grew increasingly peculiar. Sometimes he asked irrelevant questions, as if trying to confuse the witness or distract the jury from the mounting evidence. Other times he became oddly philosophical, as though he believed a clever turn of phrase could somehow obscure hard facts. He spoke with a voice smooth enough to sound reasonable even when his logic contradicted itself. But the veneer was thinning. The courtroom could see the man behind the mask point. One of the prosecution's most powerful witnesses was Detective Frank Geyer of the Pinkertons, the man who had followed Holmes's fragmented trail across multiple states. Geyer's testimony was calm, methodical, and strikingly human in contrast to Holmes's cold speech. He described searching for the Pitzel children, each discovery unfolding like a tragic chapter. He told the jury about the cities, the hotels, the alias signatures traced one to the next. And then he described finding the remains of Alice and Nellie Pitzel. Geyer did not dramatize. He did not embellish. His words alone were enough to quiet the entire courtroom until even the air seemed afraid to move. Holmes watched with detached stillness, as though listening to a story that did not involve him. But the jury listened with something deeper: grief, anger, disbelief. The image of Holmes as a mere fraudster evaporated. In its place stood a man capable of extinguishing the lives of children without remorse. The tragedy of the Pitzel girls transformed the trial from a matter of legal wrongdoing into a confrontation with a kind of evil the jury was unprepared for. Holmes attempted to regain control with a tactic as strange as it was unsettling: deflection through charm. He smiled during inappropriate moments. He made small jokes to jurors, as if they were participants in his performance. Sometimes he spoke with the tone of a professor correcting misunderstanding. Other times he leaned into elaborate explanations that sounded intelligent but offered no real defense. He behaved as though he believed the jury would admire his intellect enough to forget his crimes. But intellect could not erase evidence. Then came the testimonies from Chicago: neighbors, former employees, workers who helped build the castle. They described odd rooms with no windows, blueprints that changed weekly, doors that locked from the outside, instructions never to enter certain areas, tenants who disappeared without notice, though the castle crimes were not formally part of the trial. These statements colored the jury's understanding of Holmes's character. The portrait darkened. The man defending himself no longer looked like someone entangled in accidental wrongdoing. He looked like someone who could have engineered far more than the charges reflected. Holmes continued speaking on his own behalf. His interpretations of events shifted day by day. He contradicted earlier statements without blinking. He invented new explanations as though reality were a movable object. At times, he seemed almost mesmerized by his own voice, as if he believed that speaking enough words would eventually bend the truth back into his hands. But the truth remained immovable. When the trial neared conclusion, the prosecution delivered a closing argument that echoed with stark clarity. They did not appeal to emotion. They did not rely on speculation. They simply laid out the facts. Holmes had the motive, the opportunity, the means, the history of deceit, and the trail of manipulation that led directly to Pitzel's death. Holmes responded with a closing statement of his own, long, winding, eloquent, and empty. He painted himself as a misunderstood figure, a victim of coincidence, a man unfairly targeted by authorities. He spoke smoothly, but the spell of his charm had broken. The courtroom heard not brilliance, but deflection, not innocence, but performance. When the jury retired, the public waited in breathless silence. Holmes remained composed, sitting with hands folded, face calm, posture unshaken. He behaved as though the verdict were a mere formality, an obstacle he fully expected to overturn. But when the jury returned, their decision was swift and clear. Holmes was found guilty of the murder of Benjamin Pitzel. The verdict echoed across the courtroom, across Chicago, across the nation. Reporters rushed to telegraph the outcome. Headlines appeared before dusk. Holmes received the news with an eerie serenity, as though the verdict confirmed something he had always known deep inside. Some said he smirked. Others said he remained motionless. But nearly everyone who witnessed the moment agreed on one detail. Holmes did not react like an innocent man, but he reacted like a man who believed the world was finally seeing a truth he had never bothered to hide. Chapter 15. The Legacy of Fear. How Holmes Redefined the American Monster. In the months following Holmes's conviction, America became a nation suspended between horror and fascination. The trial had revealed only a fraction of the truth, yet it was enough to shake the country's understanding of crime, psychology, and the terrifying possibilities hidden within ordinary lives. Holmes was no longer merely a criminal. He had become a symbol, a figure whose name invoked dread and whose deeds challenged the nation's sense of safety. People debated him in parlors, whispered about him in crowded trains, and studied his face in newspaper sketches with the same uneasy curiosity that accompanies peering into an abyss. The castle itself had become a character in the story, one the public both feared and could not look away from. Even those who had never set foot in Chicago imagined its hallways, its sealed rooms, its sinister geography. It was a place built not for comfort or commerce, but for control and disappearance. And now, in the aftermath of Holmes's trial, the castle stood as a monument to the darkest corners of human intention. Holmes awaited sentencing and eventual execution in a cell far removed from the labyrinth he once controlled. Gone were the secret corridors, the deceptive architecture, the ability to slip through hidden passageways like a whisper. Now, every door was visible. Every lock was external. Every movement was supervised. Ironically, the man who built a world of confusing pathways and concealed choices found himself confined in a space where nothing could be hidden. Yet even in captivity, Holmes remained an enigma that he spoke politely with guards. He wrote letters to acquaintances. He maintained an appearance of calm intelligence, as though the walls that contained him were merely another room in which he could practice the art of persuasion. And, most disturbingly, he began to write his own story that he crafted a confession, a series of accounts published in newspapers that fascinated and confused the public in equal measure. In these writings, Holmes claimed responsibility for dozens of murders, sometimes more, though the details often contradicted known facts. He described acts that were impossible to verify, and others that investigators believed were exaggerated or invented. This was Holmes's final manipulation, controlling his legacy with the same cunning he used to control people. Some readers believed his confessions were a bid for attention. Others thought he was mocking the world, taunting society with a distorted version of the truth. Still others feared that every word might be real, that the castle had swallowed far more lives than investigators could ever prove. But one thing became clear. Separating fact from fiction in Holmes's account was nearly impossible. Holmes's lies had always served a purpose. Now, they served to shape the story he left behind. While he wrote, investigators continued reviewing evidence from Chicago. They interviewed families of missing women, searched neighboring properties, and compiled lists of individuals who had last been seen near Holmes or inside the castle. Many cases lacked enough evidence to bring formal charges, but together they painted a chilling picture, a portrait of a man who exploited trust, mobility, anonymity, and architecture to commit crimes beyond the understanding of his time. Psychologists, criminologists, and scholars began studying Holmes's behavior. Though the field of criminal psychology was still young, many recognized something unprecedented in Holmes's demeanor. He did not kill in moments of rage. He did not kill to eliminate witnesses of impulsive acts. He did not kill out of desperation or fear. His crimes, those proven and those suggested, were acts of control, curiosity, and calculation. Holmes represented a new category of criminal, one that defied the explanations law enforcement had relied on for decades. He was the embodiment of a monster hidden behind a mask of civility. He had a steady voice, that a polite smile, that a doctor's title, that a perfect handshake. And behind those qualities, he harbored a void, an absence where empathy should have lived. What unsettled people most was not the violence itself, but the fact that no one recognized the darkness while Holmes walked freely among them. He had been a neighbor, a businessman, an employer. He had woken each morning, greeted people on the street, made small talk with customers, and offered help to strangers. The idea that someone could appear so normal while harboring such monstrous impulses forced society to confront a terrifying truth. Evil does not always announce itself. Sometimes, it wears a smile that as the date of Holmes's execution approached, public interest surged. Newspapers printed retrospectives of his crimes. Illustrators depicted the castle with exaggerated menace, though the real structure needed no embellishment. Crowds debated whether Holmes was insane, brilliant, or purely malevolent. Some wondered whether the number of victims would ever be known. Others questioned whether a man like Holmes could even understand guilt. When reporters interviewed him shortly before his death, Holmes delivered one of his most infamous statements. He claimed he felt he was becoming the devil. Whether this was a final attempt at theatrics or a rare moment of truth, no one could say. But the words lingered in the public imagination long after they were printed. Holmes was executed on May 7, 1896, but witnesses described his composure as unerringly steady. Even in his final moments, he controlled his breathing, his posture, his expression. Some reported he died without fear. Others thought he accepted his fate with the calm confidence of a man who believed his story would outlive him. And he was right. The castle, soon after the trial, became a symbol of terror. Tourists visited Englewood simply to stand near it, to see the building that newspapers called a chamber of horrors. But the structure did not stand forever. In 1895, before Holmes even faced execution, a fire swept through the castle under mysterious circumstances. Whether it was arson, accident, or an attempt to erase the building's legacy remains unknown. The damage was severe, and much of the interior was destroyed. Yet the memory of the castle did not burn with the walls. Holmes's story transformed into a legend, a chilling reminder of what can hide behind ordinary brick, beneath quiet smiles, and inside the minds of those known suspects. His crimes forced America to rethink its assumptions about criminality, trust, and the possibility that evil might disguise itself as kindness. Holmes had redefined what it meant to fear the unseen, and even in death, his shadow remained. A reminder that the darkest monsters are not those who roar openly, but those who whisper gently, waiting for the world to stop listening closely enough. In the years following Holmes's execution, the nation struggled to reconcile the ordinary appearance of the man with the extraordinary darkness of his actions. America had seen violent criminals before. It had seen outlaws, swindlers, thieves, and killers. But it had never seen someone like Holmes, someone whose evil was not loud, impulsive, or overt, but methodical, concealed, and woven into the fabric of everyday life. His crimes were not merely acts of violence. They were acts of design. And so, long after Holmes was buried, his legacy remained alive in ways he could never have predicted. Writers, psychologists, scholars, and even ordinary citizens continued to dissect his story, trying to understand what he represented. Not simply a criminal, not simply a murderer, but a new kind of figure. A man whose existence forced people to question how well they understood the individuals around them. His calm smile, his courteous tone, his professional attire. All of it became more unnerving when viewed through the lens of what he had done. People asked themselves impossible questions. How could someone appear so normal while hiding so much darkness? How many people crossed paths with him without realizing the danger? How many victims would never be identified? And perhaps the most haunting question of all, was Holmes truly unique? Or simply the first to be recognized? The castle, though damaged by fire, remained in public memory as a place where reality had been bent into something sinister. Even after it was eventually demolished, it lived on in countless retellings, its blueprint becoming synonymous with psychological manipulation and structural deceit. The building came to represent something larger than itself, a cautionary symbol of how environments can be shaped to exploit vulnerability. Holmes had not only taken lives, he had manipulated perception, influenced belief, and engineered trust. This, more than anything, unsettled the nation. The psychological community, still developing its early foundations in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, found Holmes to be a figure who challenged existing theories. He did not fit neatly into categories of insanity. He did not appear driven by emotional instability or loss of control. Instead, he presented something colder, a structured, deliberate absence of empathy, paired with an intellect capable of constructing an entire world of illusion. Holmes became one of the first criminals to be studied not only for what he did, but why he did it. And though his motivations remained difficult to untangle, experts agreed on one thing. Holmes represented a psychological divergence that society had not previously confronted, a person capable of viewing human life as interchangeable, useful only insofar as it served his desires. The nation learned from Holmes. Law enforcement learned from him too. His case highlighted the dangers of fragmented records, poor communication between jurisdictions, and the ease with which someone could move across states under false identities. The Pinkertons' pursuit of Holmes helped shape early interstate investigative cooperation, revealing that criminals could no longer be viewed solely within the context of a single city or region. That IT was one of Holmes's unintended legacies. He forced the creation of better systems designed to stop people like him. But his story also seeped into culture, becoming part of America's shadow lore. People told stories about the castle in hushed tones, describing it not just as a building, but as a living entity, an extension of Holmes's mind. Folklore exaggerated its features, but even the kernel of truth was enough to keep imagination stirred. Rooms that locked from outside, hallways that disoriented newcomers, staircases that led nowhere. The architecture itself felt like a metaphor for Holmes's layered deceit. Parents warned their children about trusting strangers. Travelers grew more cautious about boarding houses and private lodgings. Newspapers published reflective pieces about vigilance, morality, and the fragility of trust. Holmes had become a symbol of the unseen, and a reminder that evil does not always arrive loudly, nor does it always reveal itself in dramatic ways. Sometimes it slips quietly into daily life, unnoticed until the damage is irreversible. Yet, even in his infamy, Holmes remained elusive. His confessions, contradictory, theatrical, and often unbelievable, obscured as much truth as they revealed. He claimed dozens of victims, perhaps more, but investigators could confirm only a handful beyond doubt. Holmes seemed to take pleasure in blurring the line between truth and fiction, ensuring no one would ever fully unravel the extent of his crimes. He had controlled people in life, and now, even in death, he controlled the narrative. But some truths endured regardless of Holmes's manipulation. The tragedy of the Pitzel family stood as an undeniable testament to his cruelty. The fear that circulated through Englewood after the castle's discovery illuminated the scale of what he had done. And the shock experienced by investigators, who believed they had seen everything until they stepped into that labyrinth, demonstrated the depth of Holmes's deception. The final legacy of H.H. Holmes was not his architecture, nor his cleverness, nor even the number of victims. He claimed that it was something far more subtle and far more enduring. Holmes changed the way America understood the capacity for darkness within a human being. Before him, monsters lived in the imagination. After him, monsters lived next door. Holmes showed that evil could wear a polite smile, offer help with a steady voice, and speak elegantly about business and opportunity. He showed that violence could be hidden behind paperwork, charm, and outward respectability. He showed that horror does not always roar. It often whispers, and in this realization, the country could no longer view the world the same way. That Holmes's life ended in 1896. His shadow did not. That it lingered in every retelling, every investigation into the psychology of killers, every discussion of deception and manipulation. It lingered in Chicago, in the ruins of a building that once held secrets no one could fully decipher. It lingered in the caution people carried when dealing with charismatic strangers. The castle was gone. Holmes was gone. But the lesson remained. Trust, once taken for granted, would never again be given so freely. And in that quiet shift, in the awareness he forced upon a nation, Holmes left behind the darkest legacy of all,